Gucci or not? We're not. Should be Gucci. What the fuck is that? Interesting. Okay, should be good. Oh, quiet seems like, but okay, should be good. Oh, quiet seems. I was gonna stream earlier today, but I woke up so early. I woke up at like 8 in the morning or something. I had to go to the mall to talk to people about my phone. I didn't realize, like, long story short, it's like a pain in the ass to swap my phone right now. It's like under contract still. I thought I could just go in and like switch over the plan to the new one with like no cost kind of thing. Like obviously I'd be paying for the new phone as you go. But for like every month remaining, I have to pay some like massive fee. Which in the day I don't really care to pay, but like just a waste of money, right? Kind of just been needless. The real fucking travesty. I had a sweater like this that broke. The zipper broke in the dryer. I don't know why. But this is some like $30 sweater, $40 sweater. Just some garbage, right? I go to a tailor today to see if they can fix it. This guy told me $120 to fix the zipper. I was in disbelief. Disbelief. Oh, you long on BTC here? I mean, yeah, I'm in the same trade I've been in, so I've been long like since here. If I wasn't, maybe I would have taken this thing I talked about yesterday. This kind of like ding ding down here. But now I wouldn't be doing anything personally. What's my TP? Like the red box. It's like 93.7 or 93.8ish, something in that range. Where is the Discord? Depends though, it depends, because I might put it higher. I might put it at like 98 or like this kind of area. Like if we were pumping up into the zone without stopping, and the move was looking like overextended, then like yeah, I would almost certainly take the TP. If we're gonna like sit here for like multiple days building a base, the probability of it's going higher, like higher than this, is like starting to increase, right? But we'll see. We'll see how the data's looking. 'Cause at the time, like on this move up, like it wasn't looking. Like we were gonna be stopping here. Like there was one big sell wall in the order book that like stopped this whole move up. But other than that, there was like no other like bearish data. Just like not enough volume to get through it on like a half day. I suspect if this was like a Monday, we probably should have blasted the whole zone. Now on ETH, I'm TPing at the poor high, wherever that is, like up here. Also nice that we broke down on ETH, and now both the hedges are safe. We won't be losing any money on the hedges. Because the Bitcoin one was safe, but the ETH one, if we had just started going higher and higher again, we would have like got stopped out for some tiny loss. Bebo the COD God, long Zcash 460. Take a look in a second, probably not, but the last time you said that, didn't you get rolled over? If I recall correctly. The last Zcash long you told us to take was just a big dud. Mm. I mean, I'd have to go look at the data for this thing, but if it starts cleaning this poor high and going, yeah, I'd probably consider it. Like this kind of whole zone, it's like flipped. But until then, like, I wouldn't do that. Like quite likely this low is gonna get taken out, especially if Bitcoin starts rolling over too. Don't be a noob. I'm already in trades, so I don't gotta force anything else, right? Plus, like when it's like above like a high time, like I'd have to go look at the open interest to be like certain. But when it's like right above like a level like that, you usually want something a bit stronger in the higher time frame. Like a head and shoulders like confirmed printing before entertaining it. Well, we'll look in a second. I'm sure we can go look some in a second. Take a glance. I should do it right now. I think 97 is a possibility if this breaks. 97 what? 1,000 on Bitcoin? Not quite likely. It's the next like kind of logical zone to be going from here. Kind of the next stop on the train. We'll see. We'll worry about what that if we can get past 94. GME warrants. Yeah, I was actually watching a pretty interesting video earlier today about GME. From like a fundamental balance sheet perspective, seems to be like quite undervalued actually. Not something I'd entertain personally, but how does that chart look like anyways? Maybe we would, right? Maybe we would. Already had quite the bounce. Interesting. Between the moving average 30, 35 and the daily candles. Interesting. So you don't see 30 and 35 too often. How'd you arrive on those? What were we going to look at? Oh yeah, ZEC. Check out the ZEC open interest. Yeah, I'd show you on the screen, but I have to use the actual the ExoCharts application for this. It doesn't work on the browser version. I guess we'll look at Bybit as well. I do a whole rainbow 5 of parts up to 60, or like a ribbon. Yeah, can't say I've used moving average ribbons too much, but like they're not uncommon. What does the default one use? Did it not put it on? Oh, it's the same thing. Bull market support band. EMA ribbon. But yeah, that's the one everyone uses. What is this? So similar to yours. In 5s up in the 55. Yeah, I was checking because like typically you want to like you don't want to be using like too obscure. I mean, whatever. If you have some strategy that you've tested with whatever moving average you're using, then like so be it. But if not, like typically you want to be using ones that are like pretty commonly used. So more likely people will be taking the trade with you if everyone's using the same thing. That's why like the 50 and like the 100 and whatnot are so powerful. How far back does this go? I was not really big into moving averages. I only started playing with them somewhat recently. Like I watched like a video on SMB Capital where they kind of went over. So whenever I made this layout, like the wilder moving average, to kind of like just quickly spot trends in different time frames. But they talked about all kinds of moving averages on in that video, and then did like a bit of like a deep dive nerdo on moving averages. And I started watching like the Magi guy, who's like swing trades with using moving averages, like the 10, 20, 50, I believe it is. Yeah. On like the daily charts, weekly charts. Seems very interesting, right? Pretty interesting way of doing things. Why can't I? I have to watch a sequence of crossing. Hmm. I mean, typically I don't, cause like the cross is so lagging. Like a lot of times I'm looking at what's it called? I didn't even think. Like the slope of these things, right? And you can also take the derivative of them to see like how quickly it's changing in terms of like the slope. Really helps to find a move. I mean, like, it is noteworthy. Like, not to say that the crossover is not. I think like the lower the moving average is that you're watching the crossovers for, like the more useful it is for in terms of like using a crossover as a signal. Because when you have like two very far apart moving averages, like the 50 and the 200, for example, it's like very delayed, right? At that point, like the move has already happened, which is what's causing the crossover because the average is being brought down so much on the slower one or up. Whereas like if you're using like the 9 and like the 20, for example, like that's like a much more reactive signal. I haven't played around with them much though. Like, I can't say I've back tested moving average crossovers in the lower time frames. Like I don't really use them in that regard. To me, it's more so like have they done the crossover, and then how are they sloping afterwards? Then how is Price interacting with the slope? Like, is it bouncing off the slope and going, or does it do like an undercut and go? That Christian Kwalamagi guide is pretty interesting videos in the moving averages. I don't know if you guys ever watched them, but I would suggest going back and watching it, because he's kind of like me. He just streams all of his trading all the time, or he used to. He doesn't do it anymore. So he has like hours and hours and hours of him talking about moving average essentially. And he swing traded up to like 9-figure portfolio using just a moving average. I never got any water. Fuck. And don't put interest doesn't look too bad for the Zek coin, to be honest. It's not just like a bunch of like open interest that's resting down on this wick that's like gonna stop everybody out. There's like a bit on Hyperliquid, but other than that. So I think the funding was flipping on this thing too, wasn't it? Pretty recently. It was pretty negative, but it's back in the positives now. Right now on the day, 5's crossing 15, 10's starting to turn up. I mean, I can't say. I don't know if that's like a useful signal or not. I've never collected data on it. But if you have, then amazing. Market up or down Monday. Who knows? Who knows? A lot can happen between now or then. And the last time I looked at the options data, like people were like expecting like a move up to like this range, somewhere in here. Why isn't it working? The options data currently has the price pegged in this range somewhere by Wednesday. That can change a lot, right? The 0-day options order flow, we're not going to know until Monday. Also, who knows, right? Tomorrow, like, wouldn't be the first time that administration just comes and tweets out fucking whatever on a Sunday, and then future just has some crazy gap up or down. Also, what's going on with this Venezuela stuff? Like, they shut down like the entire airspace or something. What is going on down there? Interesting. I don't know if I would do much for anything but oil. I wonder how like the defense stocks have been doing. Grab some Jamie warrants. I'll tell you the secrets why they moved GTA 6 release dates. The squeeze will come from no one selling the warrants. Oh. I don't do that. I don't just trade like you know, theories, potential news theories. Don't even know if it's true. If anything, I'll go look on Polymarket, right? Look at the release date for that thing is gonna be. I'm sure they have probably pretty accurate numbers on there. Let's update our levels. Irrational data-driven scalper. Yeah, somewhat. Well, we're only saying I'm a scalper per se, but I mean there are times when I'm like scalping, but usually rather not. But there's also some interesting stuff going on with GME and like their reporting, right? Because they're gonna have to like report the Bitcoin balance that they have. It's gonna like impact their financials as well. So it's gonna be like quite interesting where Bitcoin ends up when they do that. Okay. We have the levels, You go never wrong. You've been wrong multiple times. I'm keeping track of your trades. Hope you know that. I got a Bebo the COD God spreadsheet. It's looking rough. Looking rough for you. Harvesting your data. Do your research. Yeah, I mean, might have to. Curious. 90562. Hayabusa coming to VeChain. Yeah, what is that chain? Cause I always see them advertising that, like like they have like a lot of like pretty serious advertising going on. Like not to say that that's like says anything about the chain or like quality of it or anything, but like someone's spending money on that thing. What did I just do? Next year, big upgrade called Stargate. Yeah, actually, we have an ETH upgrade coming pretty soon, right? ETH upgrade in December. Just saying you're talking about VeChain Stargate. Okay, first off, what is VeChain? How about that? Cause like, what's it called? Mm, like, I think like they like sponsor like the Bankless podcast and then some other podcast. I'm seeing like Dana White shilling this garbage. Let's do a bit of a nerdo, see what it really does. Hot garbage? Potentially, potentially. Does it address any niche that ETH or Sol or any other large chain does not? I'm also curious. Plus, you should look for like a Dune dashboard for that chain, right? See if there's any kind of dashboard that shows growth in some capacity. Maybe there is, right? Like for instance, like a lot of people were sleeping on Tron, right? But Tron was like up only this whole past 2 years, basically. Like huge stablecoin growth. Seems like it's specialized to be using the supply chain and ESG compliant. Also, like not decentralized at all. It's like a proof of authority protocol. Just a few permission validators. Interesting. Seems interesting actually, because that's not like a bad niche to be attacking, right? Apparently, Walmart China uses this. Interesting. Apparently, if you buy food from Walmart in China, like because of this chain, they have QR codes on the food. And you can like scan the QR code and see like where the food came from, like whatever logs you want about the transportation, what temperature it was kept at, so on and so forth. Very interesting, actually. Interesting. Borger is an options. He's an options trader. Maybe you guys can dabble in the same world. What does this thing look like? Out of curiosity. Typical altcoin, I suppose, just down only. What's the circulating supply look like? Is this the right token? Just make sure I'm not doing something stupid. Yeah, same thing. Seems interesting actually, but like, and also it's like fully unvested. Like there's like basically the entire supply is already circulating. Do they have anything in the works going forwards? Do they have any? How should we ask this? Do they have any major catalyst forming? How about that? Because the thing about this though is like, that's like a double whammy, right? Like, sure, it's nice that like all the tokens are circulating, but at the same time, now you have to deal with like all this overhead supply of fucking bag holders dumping on you. As soon as they get break even, they're just thanking the fucking heavens they got out. With an LTM option for a dying SPAC. I mean, to be fair though, this chart probably will see some kind of bounce, right? Like most alts. Wouldn't be expecting to go back to all-time highs though. So we're here, pot. But Bebo's a troll. Remember, Bebo's just trolling, right? You usually just in here trolling. I love how ChatGPT's response to my question of a potential catalyst is there are some real non-hopium catalysts lining up. Like, why did I have to throw hopium in there? Well, that internet upgrade, not internet upgrade. I'm stupid. Like the chain upgrade they're having seems quite interesting actually, because they're basically adding staking, which they didn't have before, or like at least in any major capacity. They're changing the tokenomics as well. Interesting. But yeah, I have no need to dabble in shit like this, so too far down the risk curve at this point. Is the 50-year mortgage that crazy of a thing though? Because like, I see a lot of people hating on it, but it doesn't seem so terrible. Because like, yeah, you end up paying more in terms of like the mortgage, but if you invest all the money you save throughout that time, you end up with more, right? I mean, I haven't done the math to verify that, so don't quote me on it. But like in my head, that's how I'd imagine it working out. I said something, right? I guess it's something for people to work with. I need to get water. Doesn't account for currency debasement. You are smoked after 50 years. Here, let's do some math. Let's figure out some math behind this. Yeah, the catalyst didn't seem particularly interesting. Say that. Oh, interesting. They added like an AI section to CoinMarketCap. Interesting. Let's see. We tossed it in every LLM. Let's see what they all say about this thing. See if the math aligns between them all or no. We're playing with Gemini a lot more these days. God damn, it's so slow. Hmm. Yeah, it seems like the 50-year one is like just the money saved and invested does not outweigh it based on the math. Seems like they're all saying the same thing. I suppose that makes sense, right? It does make sense. I didn't realize how little the monthly payments change. Quite a little difference actually. Only 99% of the world got brains. 99% ape shit coins. I mean, VeChain is like essentially like a shit coin, right? Well, I mean, it does have some real world use, I suppose. Interesting. Interesting. Good to know. I was wrong about the math. Good to know. Never. Why did you say that? The 500 Tesla shares thing? I'll sell you 500,000 Tesla shares if you want. I'm a Tesla whale. Hope we start breaking out soon. Where's this thing? No, I might buy some on the breakout too. I was kind of hoping to go lower to get some on a bit of a dip, but see if we got that or not. Push out to the yellow lines. Probably check everything else, right? Never end up looking at all the data and see what's going on here. Yeah, definitely would. I mean, if I'm gonna buy that VeChain thing to like as like a scalp or a swing trade, sure. Wouldn't buy that long term though. But I mean, if you're really bulled up on VeChain, yeah, maybe put like 1% of your portfolio in it. That's probably being pretty generous as is. Especially when we're like in the middle of like a freaking traditional market, like bull market, right? TradFi, everything's just ripping. things that are way safer on the risk curve, outperforming VeChain. Outperforming most cryptos, if not all, basically. How long is that? Hmm. Okay. We're all cut up. Zcash pops. Bebo never wrong. This is gains for ants, right? Don't do it like last time though. Where was it? It was like here, wasn't it? Or something like that. I don't know, wherever you said it last time, like you got a pop right, and you could have put your stop loss break even and ended up rolling over. So if you didn't, you would have like lost money for no reason. So ideally you don't do that again. Let's see if we missed any interesting weekend news. God, it is cold. Buy some stonks. I mean, there's nothing else to trade right now. How are the alts doing today out of curiosity? Also, is this like shitcoin just to list it up everything? There's a pretty big hype unlock coming, isn't there? Pretty big hype unlocks. It might be today, isn't it? I think there's a pretty big token unlock coming on that thing. I'm a CrowdStrike god. Yeah, I can't tell if that's true or not, right? What did you say? Didn't you say you bought 25,000 shares of CrowdStrike? Yeah, the other day you were like going crazy about making like $500. The numbers seem a bit off. So you bought 12 million shares worth of CrowdStrike, but we're getting hyped up over a $500 ZEC trade. Something that the math is not mathing on that one, but we'll ignore that. No, actually, speaking of stats, I saw a pretty interesting stat today, actually. Let's see if I can find the chart. Look, essentially every single midterm year going back like 60 something years has had like a 10% minimum drawdown on the S&P. It's pretty crazy, right? Where would that put us? In the middle of the channel, the 382 correction. Pretty reasonable, actually. Sky Southeast Asian. No clue. Let me find this chart though. That was actually pretty interesting. Oh, here we are. Going back to 1926, S&P has seen an average drawdown of 18% in the 12 months before the midterm elections. So it's even more, 18. Smallest 7, largest 40. Where would that put us? Filling the gap. Interesting, interesting. Quite the interesting data point that is. Although out of curiosity. Because every year always has like a drawdown at some point, right? How long is the history on this? Pretty good. I suppose not really that interesting, is it, right? Kind of just, they typically have a normal correction like that. Next year, pull back under 550s on SPY. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to come retest this kind of region somewhere. Wouldn't be unreasonable by any means. Next year, QE plus M2. All-time high. Never 550. Well, they might. You never know, right? Like, think about it from like an election perspective. Like, let's just suppose that they like purposefully tank the market before the midterm and then like start pumping into the midterm, and they can see like, yo guys, we saved this. We saved the markets. Look how good we're doing. Happens a lot in the election year. Start a trend line 2008. Like on logarithm mode. Or no? I guess it depends. Like, do you use candles or no? Typically, I don't use the wicks. Yeah, I see what you mean. Interesting. Anyways, we'll worry about that when we get there. It's quite a ways away. A long way to go before that. Just be ready to trade a bear through the spring and summer. I guess it depends on what you mean by that. Like in theory, I guess you should always be prepared for that. Like even right now. What an interesting story. People in New York are getting $12,000 in crypto into a Coinbase funded basic income style pilot program. Interesting. Dumps down, shark spikes up. Yeah, it's usually like the inverse of a bull market. Just rapid drops. Makes sense though, right? Like positioning wise, it makes sense. It's like in a bull market, it's like people are positioned on the long side more than the short. It's like more violent squeezes down. And like the inverse in a bear market. Like the logic makes sense. EBT will be crypto within 5 years. What is that? Electronic benefit transfer. It's for welfare. Yeah, I'd imagine like they'll add stable coins to all this stuff. It's like a well-needed technology, and I'm sure they'll implement it all around sooner or later. It's like a losing battle. It's like pretty hard to argue against having them, right? Who's gonna argue for like more fees? Pop's done, get up before it dumps. Boom. You should be good to go long. If you're gonna start flipping this, you should be good to go higher, yeah. Should we go higher on this thing? Also, where'd CME close? I wasn't even paying attention. Right after the dump. So basically right here. We'll make sure to be mindful of that tomorrow. Everything being bought. Yeah, like a December rally is not out of the cards, right? And people were being hella bull or bearish down here, hella bear. People were talking about it's fucking over, right? It's start of the bear market, blah blah blah. Like all the moving average traders were like freaking out because it was the first crossover we had since like the lows basically. We're right back up here. It'll be an interesting week for sure, right? Especially with like gold potentially breaking out, silver. Like, didn't silver get like a new all-time high? Yeah, like silver is already like popping out. What's everything else doing? Palladium. Surprised I didn't get damn close 700. Do you know why? Not really. You need solar for data centers? I don't know if that would be why necessarily, right? Like this whole data center play has been happening for like months and months and months. Seems a bit weird to have silver pop just now because of that. Well, it's like copper should be doing the same thing in that case, right? Dr. Copper. Well, I wanted to look at lithium. How's lithium been doing? Where's the lithium ETF? Interesting. Both silver and copper are used in data centers. Copper is used far more. Silver is used, but mostly indirectly and in small amounts. Silver is used for soldering and for the contacts. Makes sense. Solid state batteries will crash lithium within a year or two? Is that true? I don't know enough about battery technology, but let's just do a nerd out now, I suppose. Might as well look at something. SSD battery, well, won't say SSD. Solid state batteries will change how lithium is used, but they're very unlikely to eliminate or even seriously threaten lithium demand in the foreseeable future. In fact, for at least the next 10 to 20 years, the most credible scenarios still have strong lithium demand, even with solid state success. So the thing is, if what you're saying is true, like the lithium wouldn't be like pumped, people would be aware of that narrative. They wouldn't be just pouring into lithium, unless this is like the the exit pump of all exit pumps. So apparently these solid state batteries still use lithium in them. Like they work in conjunction, doesn't like eliminate the other. Interesting. Seems like the threat to lithium long term is systems that are not going to use lithium, which is like, I guess, self-explanatory with that statement, but seems like right now this technology that we're looking at still uses lithium, whereas in the future they might just eliminate it entirely, but like way down the road. So we'll see lithium bid the fuck up, uses a tiny fraction. I got something tiny. But like, from what I'm reading, it seems like it uses more lithium using this solid state battery because like they can. Where did it say? Where was it? Like because you're removing the graphite from the packs, you can put more lithium in the anode. How long? Materials will change after SS takes over. What is SS? What is that? Solid state. Oh yeah. Yeah, it seems to be the case. I'm asking. I'm prompting these things to see like what kind of long-term projections they have currently in terms of this stuff. Seems like there won't be a structural drop in lithium demand until late 2030s at the earliest. More likely somewhere in 2040s. I don't know how accurate this is though. I'm obviously just kind of quickly reading some AI slop response. Can't say I'm well researched in this. I mean, the argument they're making kind of makes sense. Talk about whether like the solid state technology takes off or not down the road. Like we need lithium now, and there's like a whole supply chain depending on it as is. 10 years, nothing but graphene, nothing but graphene energy stored batteries. Graphene. The Nano Dimensions TikTok videos. I don't even have TikTok. I'm a boomer. Probably should use it though, right? Kind of get the sentiment of the noobs. I don't think that graphene battery thing is correct, at least not in its current state. According to this, the graphene is just lithium ion batteries with graphene enhanced electrodes. Graphene is used in small mass fractions to tweak performance, not to replace the main active material. Result is that they don't eliminate lithium demand. They might even increase the total battery usage. Interesting. Seems like all these things will work in conjunction with lithium, but until they come up with something that can replace the lithium itself, which doesn't seem like we're particularly close to yet. Who knows, right? 'Cause the thing about this stuff is like we have to keep into account now, like the AI development, can like how rapidly increase the typical. Like this thing is saying, oh, it might take 10, 20 years, but if we come up with some like AGI in the next 2 years, which then helps the development of replacing lithium, for example, it could happen in like 5 years for all we know. Will be a nanostructure graphene with shape designed by AI. Yeah, basically a block of carbon that charges almost instantly. Has serious energy density. Interesting. Yeah, I'm reading about like graphene supercapacitors right now. Very high power, very long life. He's watching TikTok. I mean, even then, like, whatever. You can get information from anywhere. As long as you verify it. Yeah, it's gonna flip every timeline. Yeah, it seems that way, right? You're already starting to see it in, like, the... Like, I've been very fascinated with this whole, like, biotech... Like AstraZeneca, if you read about AstraZeneca, they're doing some pretty interesting trials using AI, like, medicine development right now. Company's called Nano Dimensions. What is that? Nano Dimensions. Oh, they have a stock? It's a ticker? Interesting. Up quite a lot in a few days too, right? 25% in a week. Wait, what did it? Is this a 3D printing company or what is this? What do they do? A digital manufacturing strategy that uses industrial 3D printed electronics to succeed. Yeah, I zoomed out. It was like down a lot. Doesn't mean anything though, right? Kind of the same thing happened with like solar, for example. Now it's like on the come up again. It's like a Lindy effect essentially. QS will be the first mover. Quantum Scape. This thing is ran. God damn. God damn. Interesting chart though. I mean, this is one hell of an interesting chart. It's quite the base form down here. Now it's breaking out, retesting, and going. Obviously missed like an ideal move to get in on this. That would have been quite the juicer. What did these people do? Quantum Scape. Well, like they're strict battery manufacturers. Hmm. Interesting. Who do they sell these things to? They've already got deals with Volkswagen and a couple others. Yeah, I was about to look it up right now. I'm curious. Is this like the biggest like battery company there is? Probably not. Also curious what other like materials they use on this. I imagine it's like more than just lithium and whatnot, right? Because like if all this stuff is gonna pump at some point, then whatever's under that umbrella will probably have quite a meaningful move as well. Volkswagen is bankrupt, sold to Chinese noob. Yeah, I think a lot of the ICE car manufacturers are pretty cooked, right? It's like very hard to compete with like Tesla and the Chinese companies. They're still in scaling stage basically. Best move for solid state tech that I know of. Yeah, it seems quite early. But like, aren't the other larger ones doing this? Like, do they have some kind of edge on everybody else, or like, what's like their? Like, what's stopping like these larger battery manufacturers from just wrecking these people, right? This is my question. Like, do they have some patent for this, perhaps? Volkswagen has electric. Yeah, but like if you look into like these companies, like Ford, like Volkswagen, like all these companies, like they're in a very tough spot. They're in a very tough spot. Cause a lot of them are like losing money. Like they're losing money making these cars, and every car that they sell that's electric is like like an ICE car that they're not selling. So it's like a double fail whammy. And then not only that, but the self-driving aspect. None of them can do self-driving. Like one, they don't have the data to do it, and two, if they wanted to buy the chips to start training models to have the data, like they don't have like the cash flow to afford like an entire like Colossus warehouse of H100s or whatever it may be, right? So yeah, they're in a pretty tough spot. That's why we're starting to see so many of them like partner up, like because like they're gonna start dying. Best move or look at the stocks float shares for what? Look at the float for what? They have provable tech no one else does. Tesla's decades ahead. I mean, I know in terms of like North American cars, that's like relatively true, but like it's hard to get good information on what's happening in China because it seems like China has some pretty like solid competitors. Could be like fake fucking news, but from some of the stuff I've seen on videos and whatnot, I think the big thing about Tesla is the manufacturing, right? That they're able to manufacture at scale. Okay, like whatever, like the self-driving and whatnot is like, quite remarkable compared to everybody else. But it's like also like they also have like a huge manufacturing edge on everybody else. At least like in North America and whatnot. I don't know what China companies. Yeah, exactly. They kind of like streamlined everything from like collecting like natural supplies all the way to like the final vehicle production. Yeah, they can like crank out cars like way faster than everybody else at scale. I'm curious. I'm doing some more research about this QuantumScape because I'm curious like what's gonna happen to these people. Because typically what happens if they just get bought out, right? The bear company just swallows them alive. Which is still good, right? Still good if you like own some. Once you start implementing Optimus in production, it's gonna be silly. Oh, like the humanoids? I don't know if that matters for the cars. Because like, the cars go down like a huge line with like a massive like robotic arms that are like assembling everything. I don't think they need the Optimus for anything for that. Maybe they do. I don't know. I'd imagine for other kinds of manufacturing though, it'd be pretty useful, right? Replace humans, work 24/7. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, from what I'm reading, it seems like this. Oh, what do they call it? QuantumScape. Quite likely they'll like partner up or get bought by these larger companies eventually. Kind of seems like their path they're down. Lower production costs a massive amount. I'm excited. I want to buy one. I want to buy an Optimus. Have my own little fucking permanent worker essentially. Elon can sell Tesla cheaper than any other company can sell a car. It'll just take over. Yeah, that too. That too. A lot of people were complaining about that because they want them to release like essentially like a Tesla 2, like cheaper model. But they're relatively cheap, right? If you buy like the Model 3 is not particularly expensive. What's the price in Canada right now? It's still, I guess, relatively expensive compared to like a Honda. Cause it's 56 grand. How much is like a Honda or something? Like a Toyota. The cheapest is 37. The most expensive is 48, which is almost the same. Almost 20 grand cheaper. I guess it's pretty quite cheaper. Honda Civic. They really aren't, especially used. Yeah, because their value drops off like a cliff, right? Like EV cars, or like the depreciation curve is like a hella aggressive. So it makes sense, makes sense. Well, Hondas are pretty cheap, like 30 grand, 25 grand. Interesting. I'm up 2,000 on my Zcash along. Nice. I mean, it's something at quite the pullback. God damn, god damn, god damn. There's actually a lot of shorts to squeeze. I was looking at the open interest data earlier. There's like a lot of shorts like in this zone. Yeah, Tesla was a bit disappointing. Cause I was waiting to buy the new, what's it called? The Model Y. Like last year, I was waiting to buy it before they had announced it or even like unveiled it. So you didn't even know what it looked like. But I don't like it. I feel like the older model looked better. This one looks like I don't even know how to. It's just weird. It just looks weird. And you can't even get like the black rims or anything on it. Maybe you can now actually. Out of curiosity, let's go look. Yeah, funny story. I went to the dealership to go look at these things, and the guy that worked there was some guy I knew from like elementary school. He was looking at me, and I'm like, the fuck is this guy looking at? Because he was like grilling me. I was ready to throw hands with this guy. And he comes up to me and he's like, "Oh, did you go to like this such and such elementary school?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "Oh, it's such and such." And I looked at him. I'm like, "Oh shit, it is you! Holy shit!" So we were hanging out like after the store closed, and we took like the Tesla truck for a ride because like, it had just come out around that time. Broke the 15-minute 200. You guys talking about this thing? I mean, you'll find out pretty soon, right? Where was that zone? Like basically this poor high. I'm sure everyone's gonna be watching this thingity thing up here. I mean, if everything starts going, like, yeah, this is probably the better thing to be in, right? One of the better things. Everyone's just been yapping about Zek for the past, like, month, 2 months. A lot of eyeballs on it. Back into the anchored VWAP. No clue where you have that thing, but break 910 with volume straight to 96. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't get too carried away just yet. I don't get too carried away just yet. I'm reading about some Tether FUD right now. Chart spirals? What does that mean? What does that mean? What spiral are you talking about? This fucking thing? Or is it? Talking about one of these? We're not. We're not. Oh, the bots are back. Fucking bots are back. Isn't this like a... Can you do it the other way? Imagine you look at the chart head on. Oh, you mean uh, like if I was here, like I could only see like the front of this candle and like this part and this part. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, in terms of like seeing it as a spot, like looking like that from that angle. I think it's a ball, if anything, right? Price is just like a ball. We're just like measuring how quickly the ball is moving. I don't know what angle it's moving at. And if it's building up like kinetic energy in a small zone, we're not. That's why charts bullwhip and bounce. I don't know about that. That shit is just from aggressive buying and selling, right? Not um, 4-hour flagpole. Take that. Put it up. 96k. I mean, yeah, possibly, but like, yeah, let's worry about this level before anything, right? First and foremost. Trade at level to level. Plus, the other thing about like flag patterns is they don't have like there's an expected value. I'll draw it differently. Like there's some expected value to this flag, right? It's not just this is not the target. It typically like ends like here somewhere. As with most patterns. Boom, 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 boom. It's got the actual math for it, right? Just so we're all on the same page. Bulkowski. Flag pattern. Yeah, it makes it to the target 46% of the time. Not even half the times. And I think that's like a longer one too, right? In terms of like the time. Not necessarily. The flag should be typically multiple days, and the flag should be less than 3 weeks. Which I think is the case, right? We qualify for both of those. Not really. Not really. A 1-day poll. So not really a valid flag pattern by definition. You owe me 50k for that info? What info? The spiral thing wasn't info at all. Anything you owe me. Teaching me how to trade for fucking free. You should be thanking me. Bull flag. Bullish whip on the ledger. Vector gap is the same as how airplanes travel into vectors. I mean, I'm familiar with like vectors in physics, but I don't know what you're talking about. Can't say I'm particularly familiar. Long BTC right here, I think would be good. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? To be munching on the shrooms. Bebo is definitely unique, right? Bebo is definitely unique. Valued member of the community. Higher low, shaken down. Isn't that some kind of like... Yeah, it's like an oscillator, right? I've never used it though. What does it do exactly? What's the math behind this thing? Oscillator is a technical analysis tool that measures the momentum of money flow. The difference between the 3-day moving average and the 10-day moving average. Oh no, it's of. Oh, I see. It's a moving average of the accumulation distribution line, which is what? Interesting. Never used it though, so I'm not particularly familiar with it, but I mean, it does seem like an interesting indicator, I suppose. Curious, I'd have to like do the math behind this thing, actually get to see it in action. Isn't there like another one though? Isn't there like a some kind of like money flow version or something? Or is it the same name? Interesting. Seems like it's about to take off. That doesn't mean anything, right? Like, is there some actual reason for saying that? BTC down back into weekend market maker trap. I'm in a restaurant eating. Talk to you later. I'm gonna show it to you. Hope you have a good lunch or dinner. I'm not sure where you are, or breakfast perhaps. I wouldn't say it's a weekend trap, right? Just kind of the weekend, typical weekend price action. Especially after a holiday too, right? It's the other thing. I'm sure most people are like, whoever traveled for Thanksgiving is like probably going back home like today, tomorrow kind of thing. Also, I mean, last time I looked in the order book, there's like a massive sell wall up here, and it's been here for hours and hours. Where is it? Like 915. It's like right at the yellow line. Curious if we get past that. If we even do start going up from here. Either way, I'm chilling. Either way, I'm chilling, right? We're in a juicy fucking long, and we got it hedged, so I don't gotta do shit. Gotta sit here and chill. Speaking of which, put an alarm on this. We'll lower this to this thing. You don't know about that, people. You don't know about that. Get on my level, though, bro. Okay, I'm gonna get some food. I'm probably watch one of these videos, yeah? Let's do another nerd out. Probably finished yesterday's actually, if anything. price moves in spirals. Zcash flying 2500. Bebo never wrong. 2500 is light fucking work. Light work. It's grocery money is what that is. I mean, I imagine if this thing starts breaking out, where is it? Should be good to go higher, right? And my main question is what happens at that poor high. If I can flip that thing, sheesh, 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 sheesh. My calls never miss. It's not true. Not true. So you miss plenty of calls. Seen you miss plenty. From the hard knock life burrow, everything thorough. Is this the same bot from last time? Oh, it is too. Oh, it's showing something new this time. Wasn't it doing some like XAI token? What is this? Seed K, Seed 4K? Looks like some kind of gang name. Seed 4KI. Oh my god. I'm not even clicking the link, but the description says get up to 1200 quickly and easily for selling your crypto wallet. We accept seed phrases and private keys. Oh my god. Oh, it even says in the comment, I didn't even read it. Buy seed phrases at a very high price. Oh my gosh, don't kill me. That is funny. Should we give our private keys? Chinese bots? Yeah, I mean, I'm curious where they're from. Because I was wondering, because, like, this is pretty widespread, right? Like, you go on any YouTube crypto-related channel, and these bots are in there. This is, like, no joke of an operation they got going on. No joke. I'm gonna have to invest, right? Imagine how many people get wrecked by that. Even if it's like 1 in 10,000. I might have to invest in Seed 4K. Give me some of that scam dividends. Revenue sharing. Okay, we'll change these layouts a bit, and then we'll start nerding out a little. Yeah, you gotta pay me up for these lessons, man. I'm not giving you any more free trading notes. You don't start paying. I'm out here doing the Lord's fucking work, right? Saving the noobs. Where did we pause? Words of, you know. $253.
Searching for the home run, you know, I was wanting to take, you see, it break the session. So market exchange.
I'm gonna get food real quick. I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, it's Marcos. You feel that? That's your liquidation. Got him. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your RAF. Stop hunts with my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. Fib levels tattered on my Tesla doors. I front run wells while you chase whores. Emotion your sleeve, I see the pause. I fade your tears and cop some more. Liquidy sweep, I eat your soul. That wick up top, I plan that roll. Market maker envy, I stole they code. Risk reward got me in control. Stats in my blood, I don't see red. You dream of profits, I wake up fed. Your candle closes my Rolex thread. And your stop loss, just pay my spread. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your RAF. Stop hunts with my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. You bought resistance, that's cute, bro. I took the other side, I run the show. And balance filled, that's your grave. Institutional flow, I surf the wave. V-word bounce, I catch that flight. You revenge trade, I sleep at night. You scalp noise, I chart precision. Your broken dreams fund my decisions. Delta stacked, I see the lean. My P&L's fat, your screen's just green, but that green turns red. Then you cry, I'm sipping Bordeaux while you ask why. Math don't lie, but you do. You chase pumps, I move through. Your margin cool, buys me suits. Your liquidation, pay my pool. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your rafts. Stop hunts with my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. From Fibonacci to Black Skull's dreams. I don't chase, I scheme. Wall Street, scared of the king. And retail, you just fuel the machine. Got him.
Feel the vibe. Wooden pocket, we gon' slide. Math in motion, let it ride. Marco's got that coded guide. Touch the 6-6, then we dip. 702, let it flip. 7-5 in the mix, that's lit. Catching entries, never miss. Charts so wavy, fibs on point. Deeper we go, bigger the joint. Set my levels, I ain't guessing. Price come dance at each progression. From 0.5 to that 786. Stack my size when it gets that fix. Other traders, they still wish. I'm in profit, blowing kiss. Numbers glow, they never lie. Magic math beneath the sky. Late night charts, stars in view. Golden zones, we know what to do. Fibonacci, feel the vibe. Golden pocket, we gon' slide. Nothing motion, let it ride. Marco's got that coded guide. Touch a 6-6, then we dip. 702, let it flip. 7-5 in the mix, that's lit. Catching entries, never miss. Fibonacci, feel the vibe. Golden pocket, we gon' slide. Nothing motion, let it ride. Marco's got that coded guide. There's no luck, it's calculated. Every line, never be weighted. History's back to where we started. Now price move, never we tried it. There's no luck, it's calculated. Every line, perfectly weighted. History's back to where we started. Now price move, like we Fibonacci got my heart. Fibonacci, feel the vibe. Golden pocket, we gon' slide. Nothing motion, let it ride. Marco's got that coded guide. Fibonacci, feel the vibe. Golden pocket, mix that's lit. Nothing motion, let it ride. Marco's got that coded guide. Touch a 6-6, then we dip. 7-0-2, let it flip. 7-5 in the mix that's lit. Catching entries, never miss. Fibonacci, feel the vibe. Golden pocket, we gon' slide. Nothing motion, let it ride. Marco's got that coded guide. Fibonacci, feel the vibe. Put in pocket, we gon' slide. Nothing motion, let it ride. Marco's got that coded guide. Marcos, you come closer, price come closer. I don't chase, I place in a way. Come closer to my entry. Bounce sweet when it touch that key. I said line now, she whine on me. All this math, now we trade so free. You stressing charts, I just let that be. Price come close like it dance for me. When it hit, we just let it breathe. Then we take that back so clean.
Fibonacci all through her waistline. She twists like chart when I place mine. 618 got a curve so fine. Golden pocket, now she call it divine. Late night trade while the moonlight drip. Price approach slow, I don't even trip. Patience stack while the wrist got drip. Waves on screen while we take
Come closer to my entry. Bounce sweet when it touch that key. I said line now, she whine on me. All this math, now we trade so free. You stressing charts, I just let that be. Price come close like it dance for me. When it hit, we just let it breathe. Then we take that back so clean. She know I don't move unless the fib align. Trade that plan, then we sip that wine. Risk real low, but the P&L shine. Same math make the stars combine. Palm trees swaying while she watch me chart. Told her chill, let the math do part. She believe now, say I play it smart. Cause price came back like it knew my heart. You was doubting the lines I drew, but now price kiss it just like you. It's all numbers, but it feels so true. She say, Marcos, this math feel new. Come closer to my entry. Bounce sweet when it touch that key. I said line now, she whine on me. All this math, now we trade so free. You stressing charts, I just let that be. Price come close like it dance for me. When it hit, we just let it breathe. Then we take that back so clean. Don't chase it, let it come. Wait for the math, don't run. No rush, and I wait my turn. Let it build, let candles burn. Pulse stays calm, the screen might flash, but I don't move till numbers match. No rush, and I know my zone. It comes to me, I'm in my throne. Noise outside, but I stay still.
That stopping volume candle on Zcash though. ITP. Pussito. Got shaken out. Got shaken out. Little noob. You could also just not close the whole thing, right? You can just take partials. Also have that option. Should we put on some gang shit? Some DJ Marco's AI gang shit? What you know about them Fibonacci extensions, boy?
Yeah.
I'll put it after.
They study in the players, but the math too clean. Let's go. They envy the feel. I'm deep in the charts, got that sniper skill. I don't chase no hype, I just sit and chill. Nah, they moving with fear, I move with will. Facts, I'm floating above them, that V-Wop thrill. I trap they stops, then I press for the kill. Press it. They draw fake zones, I bend the field. Whoop it. Their team look shook, I just broke they shield. Broke it. Market makers mad, they can't touch the plan. I lay down fields like a beach with sand. Big orders led from the top to the land. They clicking in fear, I type with one hand. Extensions long like the clip on the stick. 7/8 tapped and the profit came quick. They plot on my downfall, still I uplift. They tryna front run, but I'm running the script. Ready to fill, yeah. I'm deep in the charts, got the sniper skill. Scope. I don't chase no hype, I just sit and chill. Post it. They moving with feel, I move with will. I'm floating above them, that V-Wop thrill. I trap they stops, then I press for the kill. They draw fake zones, I bend the field. They team look shook, I just broke they shield. Math hit me like a Bentley swing. Cuban link heavy when I step in the lane. They reload clips, but I reload brains. Cause the fifth game raw, got them stuck in pain. Spoof they orders, make them think it's real. Hit with size, now they beg for a deal.
How
They don't want
14
smoke,
years,
they just want a pill.
18 years old?
Envy the feel.
How old is this
I'm
shit?
deep in the charts, got a sniper skill. I don't chase no hype, I just sit.
I'm gonna have to turn this thing off. If it's trash.
Please, this a man's money.
Why is it? Why did I start the song here? Have I heard this before?
Hell round, Dipset, bitch. These niggas don't know dig, man. I'm the worst fucking nightmare, man. We salve, let's do it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fuck with me on this one, man. Okay. Yo. I'm that nigga in your sleep when you close your eyes. I was looking over your shoulder when you sold them pies. That's me, I'm your stomach growling when you get hungry. That's opportunity knocking, nigga get money. Pissing them off cause I'm whipping the Porsche. Looking at the world through these Christian Dior's. Bitch, I'm a boss, so by the time I finish cracking this Dutch, be ready for dick and some balls. I tell her, ho, quick please, this a man's world. I don't care if she like me, I won't fuck my man's girl. Nah, there's certain rules that we live by, homie. There's certain codes we raise our kids by. Sometimes I get mad, clutch my Uzi, sit in my yak and think, damn, how I miss Booby. And I wish Nene was still here, so one last time I could see him throw his bike in the air. But fuck it, that's water under the bridge. Can't cry over spilt milk, got an empire to build. And you can take the jewels, clothes, cake, and the V's. Cause none of that shit don't make me a G. It's my joy, my pain, my heart, my soul. If my homie got beef, then you know I'm down the road. And you gotta put in work just to say you a beast. A homeboy, it's an honor just to say you for weeks, nigga.
Let me tell you about this life in the ghetto. Crackheads on that pipe in the ghetto. Niggas sleeping with them.
It's funny how rap has not changed like one fucking bit. It's the same shit as 20 years ago. Literally the same shit.
Remember this nigga? He had Skrilla in the bank. Now he at the gas station filling up a tank.
Right up that.
Damn, how he go for
that. We need to finish our nerdo. Do we watch an interview or do we watch a chart setup video? That's the real question. Funny. Oh. You must be older, right? You must be. There's no way you know these random ass songs from like 20 years ago. What was the one the other day? Lloyd Banks or something? I think we watched all the interviews, really, actually. There's like a handful we haven't seen. Oh, like what? Oh, Rel shots fired. I'm not really into that old school rap anymore. I mean, not that I ever really was per se. Like, I'm not one that like sat there listening to like Biggie and Tupac and all that. What was it called? Shots fired. It's so old. Like, they don't even have videos.
You already know what this is. How Rel, Dipset, bitch. Y'all niggas better run. Yeah, when you hear shots fired, get on the ground. When them things get to poppin', it's a thunderous sound. So get down, shots fired. So run in your house, and you better have your gun if you come back out. You know what's up, nigga? Shots fired. The beats in my hood scared to death. Only walkie-talkies requesting for backup, and they screaming shots fired. And I ain't gonna duck and hide, man. I'ma bust and ride, and y'all niggas better run when as soon as I get home, niggas tryna wrap the dips up. Nah, I cock and aim and clap they strip up. I got shooters on the roof, rims moving on the coupe, and you know that hard white moving off the stoop. I'm a boss, get chauffeured around all over the town. Fuck an ounce, nigga, I'm rolling a pound, blowing it down. Go to a town.
And the comments are killing me too.
Prices is high, time, no coke in the town. That's when I play Casper, the friendly ghost in the town.
Oh my gosh.
What they want, then I'm ghost from the town.
Daniel got tears in my eyes.
Here I go, get the walk in my walk again. And here I go, get the talk in my talk again. This flow, I can't go bad. Now I got boxes of clips, I'm never running out of ammo fag. You my son, I am your dad. I take niggas to war with that same assault rifle Rambo had. By the time this shit touch the streets, be on the beach with a ziplock of haze, some flip-flops, some shades. Fuck a pistol, nigga, you get hit by a grenade. And this is my year, and y'all niggas better run when you hear shots fired. Get on the ground. When them things get to poppin', it's a thunder.
This thing is 4 minutes long, goddamn.
So run in your house, and you better have your gun if you come back out. You know what's up, nigga? Shots fired. The D's in my hood scared to death. Only walkie-talkies requesting for backup, and they screaming shots fired. And I ain't gonna duck and hide, man. I'ma bust and ride, and y'all niggas better run. Niggas said Rel came home chubby. Why you wasn't lifting weights? I was working out, stupid ass, get it straight. I exercise my hand, I smack snitches with. And I exercise my finger, I pull triggers with. And I exercise my right to be a bigger pimp. Since I got chubby, now you gotta feed me bigger shrimp. I dump and reload, take the back seat out the truck, put in the stove just to cook my coke on the road. You know Rel, when it come to chefing up, he's a vet. Lead a set, rocking Air Force Ones with zebra checks. I'm on fire, you ain't even got a fever, you ain't. And if you love this K, wait till you see the tech. Dipset, canaries, all in the necklace. Who want a deal? I'm signing niggas to Cemetery Rex. Right here, 6 feet deep management. And these monkeys won't understand this shit till I feed them the whole. But then you hear shots fired. Get on the ground. When them things get to poppin', it's a thunderous sound. So get shots.
Get this clock, tick-tock, it's over. You chumps is so weak. You front, you go sleep in a trunk with no sheets for a month. That's 4 weeks. Got that? I been at ate that. Go ahead, send that. Got that? My way, he'll be food on my dinner plate. Sit down with shots fire. Get down with shots fire. Sit down with
This is
shots fire.
Jewels.
Save the tough talking, save the tough walking. Just be happy that I saved you chumps coughing. Duck, roll, or hide, run, stroll aside. Just remember that you guys died.
When you hear shots fired, get on the ground.
This video is so old. Like it has like the cover of the album, and you can't even read what the songs are. Oh Oh my gosh. Don't kill me. Do not kill me. What should we do here?
Liquidity, market structure, supply and demand, words that traders are familiar with but struggle to build it together into a consistently profitable strategy.
Everyone's big on mechanical trading. I think you've got to have a balance of both. If you're just sat there waiting on a shift in market structure and a pullback into extreme without understanding the intention of price, inducement, characteristics, 100% mechanical strategies.
Liquidity, market structure, supply and demand, words that traders are familiar with but struggle to build it together into a consistently profitable strategy.
Everyone's big on mechanical trading. I think you've got to have a balance of both. If you're just sat there waiting on a shift in market structure and a pullback into extreme without understanding the intention of price, inducement, characteristics, 100% mechanical strategy is not always going to work. Otherwise, the people with top IQs in the world will be the best traders. Data shows otherwise.
Introducing Michael Bamba, a full-time funded trader, consistently making payouts with prop firms. In this episode, we explore strategy, psychology, money management, and everything it takes to be consistently profitable, not only with CFD Forex prop firms, but actually transitioning towards futures prop firms and futures trading.
Traders will get to that point where intuition starts to kick in and kind of hesitate. I did the same thing. You get to that point where intuition starts to almost have a bigger voice inside of you to back yourself with conviction.
Where is that line of intuition and how do you use it?
Good question, actually. I don't. Daily bias is made up of three things. Market structure, are we bullish or bearish? Drawn liquidity to support price. And then understanding, have we tapped into a PD arrays? For example, decisional OB, price has respected that with clear momentum.
What the fuck does all that mean?
You know where the draw is. If you can navigate
is
that.
This some fucking ICT trader type fucking clown? Oh, if it is, I'm not gonna watch. Because I don't know what the fuck this guy's gonna be talking about. I don't know what the fuck this guy's gonna be talking about. I'm looking up what a fucking PD array is. Price delivery arrays? A PD array matrix includes order blocks. So you're just looking for imbalances, basically, in non-clown terminology. Basically. Okay, we're not gonna watch this. I don't care for watching this shit.
Liquidity, market structure. And I think that can be.
Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, this guy wouldn't be shook, right? Putting inside, this guy would be shook. Oh, it's fucking funny. Oh my god. That guy cannot handle my size for sure. He'd be fucking freaking out. You don't know what's going on. That's one of the only ones we haven't seen though. Here, I'll watch this
one.
From
burning through a $240,000 trading account to becoming a professional regulated money manager.
It always comes down to psychology. Whether you're a trader or you're a long-term
this guy sounds like a pussy too.
Primal drivers of fear, greed, fight or flight, they influence our ability to trade. It doesn't sit well with who we are as human beings. What keeps us safe in the real world actually needs to be turned upside down when it comes to trading.
Introducing Charlie Burton, a trading veteran with 27 years of market experience and a 5-time undefeated winner of the London Trading Show Championship. And in this episode, Charlie shares how a simple edge with a winning mindset can lead to lifelong profitability.
You're having a few losing trades, you know it's perfectly within the framework of your historical win rates and all of that, but it doesn't matter. That little devil on your shoulder is going to be saying, oh, this isn't going well, should we not take this next trade? So what you actually need to do, people will do all their pre-trade analysis, then they get
this like
and they've
stuff about this, like there's people that harp on psychology and whatnot, like I don't know. To me, if somebody has psychological issues trading, it's because they're not prepared. That's all it is, right? You haven't planned, you haven't backtested enough, you haven't planned out your trade ahead of time enough, you're not looking at the data, you're just fucking freaking out like a deer in the headlights, right? Like a fucking rookie, amateur. Because you should not be having any of these issues if all of that is true. If you know what you're doing, what are you having psychological issues over? Or is it just me? Is it just me?
To all the stuff that's going to get thrown at them. Oh my god, the market's reacting, I should do something. This is why once you're in a trade, you carry on with that analysis that you started out with, because you're going to get into a trade and look for all the reasons why you should get out.
What is realistic in terms of someone that's new and they're told, okay, I need to get 10% to pass an evaluation, 10% seems normalized, and they try and do that in 2 weeks? What is something that is realistic that you've seen that stands the test of time in terms of rates of return, trade frequency, risk parameters? What is realistic and achievable?
There's a lot.
You know the problem with these interviews are, is that there's no like true but like there's no like you won't see a trader from fucking like Citadel on here or like Jump Street or anyone, right? Like they're all just like essentially retail traders, more or less. Like the other podcast, Words of Wisdom, has had some like actual like large money managers, and those are pretty like enjoyable interviews. But when you watch these ones, it's like you're interviewing just another trader, right? There's nothing special about this. Interviewing a $30 shirt, it doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean shit. Who cares? but it's funny that you say that though. Well, you want him to come fucking in like a fur coat? One of the most popular trading podcasts in the world. Yeah, but like this is like retail traders, right? It's not like especially this one. Like the Words of Wisdom has like a mix of clients. This guy and the people that he interviews, they're pretty like low rank traders, right? We'll say that. To be generous.
Discuss around that, but
the people that are making like 1 mil career BNL fucking sitting here harping on about psychological issues and whatnot, like true professionals don't give a shit about that, right?
A very long career and a very diverse career with many pivots, and I think these pivots will have stories and lessons within them, which we'll get to. But I want to start off with, in your trading journey, you've experienced a lot in the social media realm, in the how the industry used to be, and I guess you've seen from before the phone trading was even a thing. In the last 20 odd years that you've been in the industry, and now the rise of influencers and so forth, is that for the better or worse? Because you can say there's pros or cons to the way that the markets are now.
What is it for the better or worse as
for the new trader, the newcomer trying to learn and find their way?
It's a funny thing because there's more free information available to people today than there ever was. The quality of like charting software, things like TradingView, most people around the world will use that because it's cheap. So all of the information that you can get via charts, all the applications via charts. 20 odd years ago, I was spending £500 a month on charts. Nowadays, people can spend £12 a month, or they can have it for free. You know, and also the sheer level of information that we freely access. I was spending £20,000 a year just for information from various sources years ago. So everything has changed in that regard, but nothing's changed as well, because if you look at the stats, it's still the same percentage of people that are successful versus not successful, and yet they've got way more than we had when I started trading in the late 1990s. So is it better? I would say yes in many regards, but the irony is that the success rate of people who get into trading is still a lot of people fail. It's roughly the same numbers as it was 25 years ago.
What would you attribute that to? Because you can say information, the more information you have doesn't serve you, or you could even look at the roots of
this is too quick, let me know.
So less serious people are getting involved and they're skewing the stats to look less favorable as an overall percentage. But there's people that don't belong in markets that 20 years ago it was only the more serious that would be willing to invest and take it seriously. How do you find balance?
That's a good point. I still think that even in the early 2000s, if we took that, that's 25 years ago now, spreads were way higher. So when you think about the people, so they didn't, me included, didn't have the same access to information.
Then we'll be back and get into this thing.
Hey, it's red out.
Have to bounce later. Yeah, I'm not gonna be on too long, honestly. I was gonna watch this and get off too. Show to you though. Show to Bebo.
Market looking hella bearish.
Broke that lowest parish. Math confirmed, I'm fair, let's go. Heavy shorts, I'm careless. V-Wop tapped and dump. Boom! Volume spike, that slump. Crash. Break down clean, no pump. Cut through charts like Trump. Marcos caught that versal clean. Lower, hotter, not lean. Short. TP stacking in green. Profits. I ain't stressing no dreams. 618, it missed. Rip that 786. Ops, long get flipped. Ouch. Now they margin slip. Margin call. Market looking hella bearish. Broke that lowest parish. Match confirmed, I'm fearless. Heavy shorts, I'm careless. V-Wop tapped and dump. Volume spike, that slump. Break down clean, no pump. Cut through charts like Trump. Price melting, no floor. Free fall. TP hit, need more. Reload. Back test, I ignore. That fake bounce on shore. Markers don't guess, he measures. High till a low, pure pressure. 702, fake pleasure. I stay short like a lecture. Midnight glow on my screen. Smoking loud while it bleeds. Wrist on ice, it gleams. But the tape red mean. Yeah, we short of the dreams. While they pray for the bounce. Marcos never blink. Red candles count. Let it bleed. Hey.
Hit press long at the highs, no plan. Chase the green with a trembling hand. Candle wicked, now we don't understand. While I mark that top in the motherland. Fibs don't lie, but emotions do. He saw pump, but I saw through. I sip my tea while the chart unwind. One candle down, now he left behind. You went long where we go short. No bias check, just Twitter talk. That green fooled you into hope. Now you flow while I just coast. Top longer. Ooh, you pressed it bad. Now you deep in drawdown looking sad. Top longer, now you can't breathe while I fade that strength and leave with ease. Top longer, that wick don't care. It kissed your field and vanished in air. Top longer, you chased too high. I was selling slow while you kissed the sky. She asked me how I move so light. I said I chart in rhythm, not in fright. I let them long, then I pick my side. While they scream in red, I just glide. Golden pocket like a love affair. One touch, then I'm never there. They spam green, I just set that trap. Then watch it flip, then lean right back. You went long where we go short. No fib, no flow, no candle thought. The breakout, just a break of peace. Now I collect while you beg for release. Top longer. Ooh, you pressed it bad. Now you deep in drawdown looking sad. That breakout, just a break of peace. Now I collect while you beg for release. Top longer. That wick don't care. Kissed your field and vanished in air. Top longer. You chased too high. I was stelling slow while you kissed the sky. It's not emotion, it's math, my friend. Price don't love you, it just pretend.
There now, but
so don't chase
spreads on paper, for example.
Whereas now zero, pretty much, yeah.
So there were more disadvantages, and yet now you're absolutely right. The barriers to entry are lower, so spreads when you're trading are so much less, and yet people still fail.
Okay,
so is it because there's more people coming into it because you can open an account with just a few hundred quid or dollars, whatever? There might be an element of that, but people have always gambled because years ago you could get 500 to 1 leverage out of the UK. Well, you can't get it now, but you could 20 years ago certainly. So I'm not entirely convinced by that. My main view is it always comes down to psychology. Whether you're looking from a trading perspective, whether you're a trader or you're a long-term investor, going back hundreds of years, it's always been psychology which has upset people with regards to whether they're successful or they get in at the end of the bull run run in a bull market like in 29 or the tulip mania or whatever. So yeah, nothing changes. It's our primal drivers of fear, greed, fight or flight. They influence our ability to trade because it doesn't sit well with who we are as human beings. What keeps us safe in the real world actually needs to be turned upside down when it comes to trading.
It's true. The primal side or the animal brain you're referring to, your brain, I guess, from a neurotransmitter perspective, maybe doesn't know the difference between there's a bear running at me or I hear a bear in the woods and it's a fight or flight scenario, or just the fear of losing money. And that response internally is probably a very similar feeling chemically. When it comes to, because I've had this debate a lot on the show, with is psychology more important, is technical more important? How do you intertwine strategy, edge, risk, and psychology in terms of a ranking of importance?
For me, I would always say psychology comes first. But the problem that we have with that is you still need a technical edge as well in the market. You still need to have a strategy, a method, an approach to the market. But what I try to say to people when I'm explaining why psychology is so important is, let's say you've got two traders and they're both giving exactly the same strategy. Right, off you go. Go and take 20 trades with that strategy. And that strategy, both of them have to just, well, that's all they've got to do. And yet trader A has worked on their mindset. Trader B has not. And the first four trades are all losers. Even though it may be the strategy's got a 60% win rate. Okay, so statistically they know, trust in the strategy. First four losers. Trader A's mindset's okay, so he's just going to follow the system. Trader B is already stuttering at trade number 3, loss number 3, and then hesitates at trade number 5, so they miss out on the winner when that one comes along and they unform the strategy. So that's a very crude example of why mindset is important, why it's so important. You can have a good strategy, like in that example, and yet without the mindset, you're never going to make it. If you look at the original Turtle Trader experiment, for example, Richard Dennis's in the 1980s, early 1980s, he put that advert out in the papers and took people off the street to prove that you could teach someone to trade.
Okay.
Richard Dennis at that point was worth 100 million at that stage, one of the original market wizards in Jack Schwager's books. And they took about 50 candidates. They interviewed them, put national adverts in the New York Times and all over the place. And so they filtered them down, I think, to 25 in the first batch. And even of that, half of them couldn't make it. And yet they were learning the strategy of this guy in 1980 or 82, whatever it was, who was worth the best part of 100 million back then. And half of them couldn't follow the rules because as soon as they were having losses, they couldn't handle it. So you can have the best strategy in the world, but if you haven't worked on your mindset, you ain't going to do it.
So psychology is a very broad term. So I want to hone in on what we're referring to here, because especially referring to this experiment, when you have a sample size of 50 people off the street, there's going to be a bell curve of super intelligent, low intelligence. And we could take psychology to be, is it intelligence? It can also be the ability to pattern recognition and have the abstract mind to notice things in between the lines. And that also can be a bell curve. It can also just be adherence. I know the plan, but am I able to follow the plan?
Yep.
And then adherence, you can say, is it emotion? Do I just got to go through it again and again until I get the hang of it? Or is it you need someone around you to keep you accountable? So let's explore this further of what does psychology specifically mean and how can we address it?
Well, certainly going back to that experiment, they were taking people of average and above average intelligence. Okay. So they were weaning out below average intelligent people because they just needed people who could at least grasp the concepts and all of that. So with regards to mindset and the edge, though, that someone needs to develop, I do think that, that it's not just about trying to follow, it is about trying to follow your rules or whatever. But if it was that easy, everyone out there would be successful at trading, and they're not. So 80-90% of people end up failing because a lot of strategies end up failing anyway. So you're also going to have people second guessing their own method that they may have devised and back tested, and then they're still going to suffer self-doubt once they start going through a drawdown period and all of that, and then they start tweaking the system and all of that. So for me, it's a case of, yes, you've got to develop the mindset in order to be able to follow your rules, but it's a lot deeper and a lot more finite than that. So for example, you're having a few losing trades, let's just say, within your system, you know it's perfectly within the framework of your
win rates.
Yeah, your historical win rates and all of that. But it doesn't matter. That little devil on your shoulder is going to be saying, oh, this is going well. Should we not take this next trade?
Let's take a moment to talk about a partner of the show, a leading prop firm that is funded next. It's important for me to listen to our community to see who are you working with and how can we make your experience better. And the main feedback I heard is trusted payouts, quick, do not fund it.
So I work with, so people immediately you're underperforming the system. So what you actually need to do, and when I've worked with psychologists, one thing that psychologists I work with said, people need to talk out loud. When you talk out loud, you fire a different neural pathway in your brain. So like we're talking right now, if I'm just sitting here internally.
No, that is true though. I will say that, right? There's times when we're taking trades on stream where it's like the fact that we're talking about it. Kind of like slows down your. Like, the way I think of it is when you're speaking, it's going slower than you're thinking. So in a way, it kind of helps just kind of slow things down just that little bit. It is interesting that he mentions this.
Thinking, then I'm going to think slightly differently to when I'm articulating out loud. So that's a proven psychological talk, to talk out loud about something. So when I worked with this psychologist, this is 15, 20 years ago, he was saying, for a lot of traders, you have a teddy bear on your desk or a mascot, whatever it is, and talk to that thing, that entity that you need to have. As if I'm sat next to you, sort of thing. As if you've got a mentor sat next to you, just talk out loud. Right, this is what I'm going to do. And you need to start asking critical questions. This is the key that I talk about a lot, is if I don't take this trade right now, and it goes on to become a winner, am I going to kick myself? Oh yeah, that's a great way to get yourself, if you're fear-based, to take the trade. If you're greed-based and you're about to just jump into the market because it's all exciting right now, and there's FOMC and the markets are kicking off, I just want to be in. Again, you can rephrase the question. If I take this trade right now and it loses, will I kick myself? So again, that can act as an arresting mechanism as well. So there's a lot of work we can do with our mindset in order to help us to continue to follow our plan, whether you're a fear-based or greed-based trader. But there's just so much that we can do.
Yeah, so this is super interesting. So first of all, the speaking out loud is the objective here. If you're taking the trade and you've got yourself into a bit of a tilt headspace and you're taking the trade because you just feel angry, and then if you actually say that out loud, you realize, okay, I'm taking the trade because I'm angry, and hopefully that kicks some sense into you. Is it to highlight that, or is the idea just to reassess your thoughts and see them again? What is the objective of saying out loud?
The objective of saying it out loud is to change the thought path, because you're going down a thought path when you're just internalizing it. Because you're just echo chamber, you've got your finger on the mouse ready to click away, You know? So, and your brain is just in a single channel. All it's about by talking out loud is it will fire the brain wave down a different channel. So I'm not a psychologist, I can't remember, but it's the neural pathways that it goes down. Once you talk out loud, you fire a different neural pathway. Just by doing that, it can act as an arresting mechanism. It's not a guarantee, but if you ask the right questions and you get used to, if I do this right now, this is going to be the consequence. It's this sort of stuff. If I take this trade, or I can't afford not to take this trade right now, because if I hesitate and that becomes a 3R winner, that's just completely upset my results potentially over the next week or month. You know, just that one trade that I miss out on.
How would one even answer that? Can I afford to not take this trade? How do you even like quantify a response to that? Like you can. It's always an option. You don't have to take any trade.
Just like if you've got a mentor who's sat next to you saying, why are you about to do that? Why are you about to jump into the market? And then you've got to say, well, oh yeah, no, I shouldn't be doing that. So it's almost like pretense, really. You've got someone there who's going to be constantly saying, why are you doing that? Do you know what the consequences are of you doing that? And if people can build that as a habit and a good habit amongst all of their trading plan, then that can massively aid them to stop doing those stupid things that people do.
I remember when I was in my first year of uni, and we had a lecture, and it was basically talking about learn how to learn. And they were going around to basically say that some of you here will learn by reading, because that's just the way you absorb. Other people learn by listening, and they'll be stronger. So I remember I would learn more in lectures, even though I didn't attend the most, but I'd pick it up in because I was being spoken to and I was seeing a visual. But when I went home and read it, it would just never go in. And I think this is basically what we're triggering here, is that if you're just seeing and your internal dialogue, the moment you say it out loud, you have tripped into a new way of analysis or taking in information, and hopefully that gives you another perspective on the same situation. Here I also want to explore when you have
one of the best ways of learning that we were taught in university is to teach someone else what you're trying to learn. Like the repetitive effort of like getting the knowledge and then articulating it to somebody else in an understandable manner makes it retain much better.
Or whatever you have in front of you. I've never done that, but I can see its merits. But what I did instead was I would have a friend of mine that I've been trading alongside for many, many years, and a very similar approach to the market, and we would discuss trades, and that would be that similar approach.
Live? Is this live?
Yeah, on a Zoom call. But the caveats to that would also be it'd either be a yes man kind of thing, of you just amplify each other's opinions, and then you just end up doing something you shouldn't, or vice versa. You have a contrarian view, and now you start second guessing yourself and so forth. So what's your thoughts in terms of team related or having another opinion? Even if they're a phenomenal trader, they will naturally be different to you.
I think it's good to have a trading buddy in that regard. That's what we're talking about, because trading's a lonely business, as you know. So to have a buddy that you can be conversing with regularly, I think is really good. But you're also right that it could just reinforce bad habits. Just because you've got a trading buddy, somebody you're chatting to, if you've both got exactly the same views and the same sort of, yeah, come on, let's just go for it, that's not necessarily the same as having a mentor. So a mentor is more likely to question a lot more, because that's what a mentor or a coach is there to do. Is, you know, I've just been watching the US Open tennis the weekend with Yannick Sinner and Alcaraz. They've all got big coaching teams. These are the best people in the world, and yet they've still got coaches. And so even with trading, having a coach who's going to probe and say, why did you think that way, or why are you thinking even in real time? We can't all have a coach in real time. So all we can do is try to replicate what the sort of questions that a coach would answer. Because a friend is great. A friend is going to say, yeah, let's do it, but that's not necessarily for a lot of people going to. All it's going to potentially do is reinforce the bad habit. Whereas a coach would say, actually, tell me about why you are going to do that right now, and they might actually provoke a different response.
So this has just come to my mind, but it's something that I've actually been doing. So basically, in our team, I have someone that is very advanced in computer science and AI, and we hired for other reasons. But in the end, we went on an exploration of. I've done hundreds of podcasts, I've made hundreds of videos, and if we take all the transcripts of all of these videos, there's going to be a lot of my core beliefs on trading, psychology, and so forth that you can give reference to or the ChatGPT, let's say. So it's a ChatGPT context of what she calls the Wakar AI. So this, I've tested only a little bit, but just to throw an idea, instead of having a mentor, which not everybody can have on a day-to-day trading basis, and not have a buddy, which apart from accountability can do more harm than good. What about a version of yourself that is AI, so it's not emotion, and you prompt it in a way to say, when I'm about to take a trade, ask me these X, Y, Z critical questions. Just help me sift through my thoughts and have clarity as opposed to an emotional-based decision. Obviously, we're entering uncharted territory, but I want to hear thoughts on something like that.
I think that's a great idea. I've not thought about that myself, but
yeah, Lance Brightstein made a video on this, like basically like trading AI prompts specifically. If you want to go watch that, somewhat interesting. Also uses it as like a psychologist, interestingly enough.
Yeah, and because that's exactly what you need. You feed the information, so to speak, into the AI, and then it's always coming back at you. So anything that works that's going to provoke those questions to either act as an arresting mechanism, because if you're a greed-based trader, then you need running back in. If you're a fear-based trader, then you need a little bit of a shove in the right direction. So it's just, and AI would do that sort of thing. So I think that could work, yeah.
It's a cool project. You mentioned a couple of times here an identity of a trader in the sense of, are you fear-based or are you greed-based? And as you're saying, I'm trying to think, what am I? And I don't know, because I feel like at times I have greed tendencies, and other times I just get fearful. And it could be off the back of a winning period that I get more greedy, off the back of a losing period I get more fearful. I completely get the approach of, if you are a bit more greed orientated, think about the losses more, and if you're more fear, think about the upside a bit more. But in a day-to-day scenario, how am I supposed to pick or try and understand what am I feeling right now and what approach should I take?
Well, it's easy to know what you are feeling right now. So at that moment in time, if you're feeling in the pit of your stomach fear, because you're thinking, I really don't want to take this trade, but it meets all of your criteria, so well, that's fear. So then we just got to use all of the tricks and tools in order to say, right, okay, well, if I don't take this trade right now and it becomes a winner, that's not only going to affect my P&L at the end of today, the rest of the week, whatever, that one trade could actually change your entire, it depends on the nature of the trader, your entire week, or certainly even your entire month. So, and if you carry on using that self-language, that self-dialogue, then that will certainly help. So if you should be able to recognize in that particular moment and that particular day, whether you're in fear or whether you're in greed. Because if you're in greed, you're like, oh, no, I just think this is going to go. The self-language is there. I think this is going to go. No, that's not rational. Are you following your trading plan? So again, if greed is there because you're thinking about the money and thinking, oh no, this is just going to go, then again, we can recognize that and we can use these tools. So I think it's quite easy to recognize, but I think we all flip from periods of greed to periods of fear, depending on whether you've gone through a drawdown, then it's likely to happen. But sometimes some trades I take, the contrarian takes I take, I don't necessarily feel fear, but certainly in the pit of my stomach, I don't want to take it because it's saying, oh, this ain't going to work out. And it's just because a lot of the time, because I'm more of a swing trader nowadays, I'm scouring around to see what the market sentiment is all the time. So if the market sentiment is really bearish, I know that's a good sign coupled with the technicals. If I'm following some sort of reversal type pattern, then it's a good trade to take. But it doesn't mean to say that at that moment you look at the price action and you're thinking, boy, it doesn't look that great. I don't think it's going to work. I'll still execute because I've been doing this for a long time and I'm good at executing. But it doesn't mean to say that in the pit of your stomach you're not going to feel it. So for someone who's only been trading 6 months or a year, they've got to deal with that and they've got to use that self-dialogue to help them.
For the last 2 years, a proud sponsor of the show is a top-ranked leading prop firm, Alpha Capital. And for the years that I've been working with them and the thousands and thousands of viewers you guys have been working with them through the discount code of Titans of Tomorrow, it's clear from they're good to get that is this can easily trip to override the industry with a leading trusted prop firm. And with that being said, let's get back to the episode. Here we're kind of discussing overriding the emotion that is driving behavior to override it to do the correct behavior.
Yes.
And when I'm thinking about overriding through internal dialogue or through a mentor or buddy, whatever the vehicle is, this can easily trip into just deploying intuition. And what I mean by this is my strategy says I shouldn't take this trade, but because I've seen certain things a million times, I feel like I see something in between the lines that I should act upon it, and I'm justifying it through saying it's my market IQ and intuition. What is your beliefs on that, where you're overriding decisions based on a plan, let's say, to give chance to this intuition?
I'm not a massive believer in intuition. I actually think in the markets you should forget the intuition, because most of the time the intuition is your internal fight or flight response. So again, we're coming back to this, that fear, like I just talked about, or that feeling in the pit of your stomach, when actually all of your rules have been met. Even I know I've got to take the trade. So I'm not a massive believer in intuition, because all that's going to do is take you away from your trade plan. The trade plan is of utmost importance. We follow the plan. That's it. Our job as traders is to execute our plan. And if we start thinking about whether we're going to have a loss or a win or whatever, that's intuition. And yeah, there'll be times when you'll hear people say, yeah, I was right. I knew that was going to happen. And that's when I think that is utter BS, because no one knows anything's going to happen. I've been doing it 28 years and I still don't know. You know, you can have a good idea of what may be about to happen, but no one knows. So I study the language of traders as well, and the words that they use, and I can tell when someone's lying. So they're not necessarily meaning to lie, they're just lying to themselves to justify the decision they've taken. Yeah, I knew I should have cut out that trade. No, you didn't. You just got lucky on that one. How many other trades did you cut out and then you've been frustrated because, oh, why did I do that? I've worked with a lot of traders and I've seen every response to the markets. So I think in the main, intuition for me, I don't think has any place. I think you've got to just execute your plan as best as you can, and you measure your success by how you followed your plan, did you, rather than your P&L.
By extension, or just off the back of that, would you say that an optimized strategy or optimized trading plan would be as objective as possible to not leave room for subjectivity and hence intuition and other feelings that could be the fight or flight reasoning coming in? Does that mean we have to own it in towards as objective and mechanical as possible, or is that not really a reality?
I think certainly for people who are newer to trading, having a more mechanical approach helps them, because they don't know any different at that point. They haven't got experience, or they've got limited experience. So I think that for newer traders, having a strategy, having some sort of mechanical based system approach probably is good. But having said that, I've worked with traders who have been 5 years, 10 years into their trading, trying to do that, and they still can't follow the plan. I was talking to a trader not that long ago, and he was an intraday trader, got a lovely little strategy, and he would execute off a 15-minute chart, and then as soon as he's in the market, intraday S&P trader, S&P futures trader, he'd go down to a 1-minute chart. He's looking at all the reasons why he should get out, even though he's got his plan, he knows exactly what he's supposed to do. So even when you've got a plan, if you don't get on top of the mindset, coming back to that, you're not going to get on. And so he was finding every excuse he could. Oh, there's been a reversal bar, I better get out. Oh, it's going to change now. So I still think as you progress over time, so you start off with a mechanical approach, but as you progress, you can then start to building what I would say an analysis approach as well, an overlaying analysis. So that's what gives you market context, being able to absorb all of this information, whether it's, yes, you start off crudely following a pattern on a chart sort of thing. And that's fine. You know, in the baby trading world, yes, you start following a pattern. But more often than not, as a trader develops, they want to bring in other concepts, and especially bringing in things like market context, where you're doing multiple time frame analysis, intermarket analysis, maybe bringing a bit of macro in as well, to get a broader understanding of everything that's going on. So you're still following a mechanical system execution, so you're still executing off of a mechanical approach, but you're now starting to say, actually, that one there I'm not going to take, because the market context isn't there for me on that one. This one over here, the market context is here for me. So I'm still using a mechanical-based execution strategy, but applied against the backdrop of the market context. Yeah.
When we're talking about psychology, right now we've discussed more prior to getting into the trade, and we're just overcoming greed, fear, hesitation to see, should we basically adhere to the plan and the ability to execute in line with the plan. I had another guest on the show, and he was wearing a Whoop band. So I jokingly said to him, like, oh, how's your stress? Have you seen your stats as you trade? And he made a very interesting insight, which was everybody focuses on prior to the trade, and he said, that's not my heightened stress point. The heightened stress point is when I'm in the trade and I'm 4% up, because I mean he also didn't break even. So then he said at the beginning my loss was 1%. When I'm in profit, I could potentially lose all my profits and the loss as well. So it becomes, instead of 1%, it's 4 5%. So that's when I felt the most stress. We went on a conversation there. When it comes to psychology, we spoke about the execution portion, but what about in the trade? Is there other emotions that come to light, and is there a different approach to managing your emotions whilst you're managing the trade?
Okay, so what I would always say is that yes, you've got pre-trade, during trade, and then post-trade analysis. So your pre-trade analysis, this is what I always find interesting. So people will do all their pre-trade analysis, they check box, are they following their strategy? Then they get into the trade, and they sort of checked out mentally. That's it, the trade's on. But the problem with that is then they're subjected to all the stuff that's going to get thrown at them. Oh, hold on a second, it's non-farm payrolls day, or there's some retail sales are coming out. Oh my God, the market's reacting, I should do something. Hold on a second. This is why once you're in a trade, you carry on with that analysis that you started out with. So you need to keep reminding yourself. I always say, repeat. That analysis, you can't just get to the point where you put the trade on and then think, oh, that's it. Because like that chap I just talked about, you're going to get into a trade and look for all the reasons why you should get out. And that's why if you ask any brokerage what the top 2 reasons that traders fail, is because they bank their profits too soon and they run their losses. So a lot of them don't use stop losses, as we know, or they move them back down as the price moves down, and they bank their profits too soon because they're not doing that mid-trade, like you say, post-trade being put on analysis. You've got to repeat always. I say that when it comes to your own mindset, and you might say, no, it's clear, I know what I've got to do, I know what the plan is. You've got to keep, it's a bit like having a pot of water on a stove. You've got to keep giving it heat. If you don't give it heat anymore, the water becomes cold again. And it's exactly the same. The amount of people who will say, yeah, I was okay prior to taking the trade and I executed and that was fine. And then all of a sudden the market started doing this. I'm like, well, yeah, well, of course the market's going to do that. It's not just going to, unfortunately, do that every time. And so, yeah, it's a massive thing. It's during the trade. It's keep repeating the analysis. I hold on to trades for months at a time now. So
I've had to become a master, so to speak, at repeating my own analysis, going back to the higher time frame, so you desensitize. Don't go down to a 1 minute chart. If you're executing off a 15, if anything, you go up once you're in the trade to desensitize. Otherwise, you're looking at a chart, it's all become magnified.
Just emotions,
Yeah, exactly. And gamify the markets. Just remind yourself that the market is the devil. He wants you to lose. He's trying to do all these tricks to get you to make that mistake. Don't let him win. So, for example, you get into that trade, you go down to a 1 minute chart or whatever it is, and you start seeing all the reasons why you should come out. Oh, there's news coming out, or there's, well, did you backtest that news coming out? Because you've got this nice pattern, which you've backtested. You haven't backtested it against historical news events, maybe. So in that case, you've got to trade it. You've got to carry on trading the pattern. And just remind yourself, the market is trying to trip you up by doing all of this, and the market moving around and having price points coming against you. Like your other guests, I'll get into trades where I'll be up several R, and then it's coming, to a deep retrace, and I've got to sit through that. And people say, yeah, but why didn't you just trail your stop up? Well, because if I trail my stop up, I'm guaranteeing that I'm going to get stopped out. I'm never going to get to that ultimate target, etc., etc. So again, the devil was won, because if I start mucking around with my trade and coming away from my plan, he wins. So again, gamify it in that way and just think the devil's trying to get you. He's going to do these things to try and mess you up. Don't let him do it.
So it seems you've transitioned from day trading all the way to not even swing trading, position trading when certain positions are for months.
Yeah.
And therefore a feeling you have to be very comfortable with is a healthy 50% retracement, but that could probably last weeks, can become intensified because you're ruminating in that feeling for weeks. And it just takes a lapse in judgment to do the wrong thing, and you deleted all of the correct behavior that you did for weeks.
Yeah.
So I did the opposite, where I used to be not months for a trade, but maybe I'd hold it for 1-2 weeks. So I used to be a swing trader, and as the years have gone on, I've transitioned towards intraday trading and even intrasession. And maybe the primary reason was because I'm executing on a lower time frame, I'm able to extract a similar R risk reward ratio, because when I was doing swing trading, I was having a larger stop. So and then also the decay of if I was to take a lower time frame based entry and try to swing that, yes, RR can be crazy in theory, but then it's the risk reward of holding a trade, which used to come to me of, okay, if I'm 1 to 4 or 1 to 5, and I wanted to go to 1 to 7, let's say, I'm foregoing unrealized 4 to gain another 2 or 3. That's a negative risk reward to hold, if you catch what I'm trying to say. So for multiple reasons, but primarily I wasn't good at sitting with the feeling of a healthy 50% retracement. It would just throw me out of line.
Well, you don't have to do that though, right? Like, this is a problem with like thinking of trades in such a binary manner. If it's already around 4R, for example, you take them off the table, or like have some protocol set up. If it starts to retrace on you, then start to close them out.
Instant feedback. So I know very quickly if I'm right or wrong, and that satiated a feeling. So I don't know actually if the decision was driven too much by psychology, but you've gone the other way. So I want to hear your thoughts of day trading where there's a bit more instant feedback and you don't have to ruminate the feelings, as opposed to swing trading in a way where you have to sit with feelings for weeks on end. Is that transition and the hurdle still worthwhile to transition towards swing?
There's a lot to discuss around that, but I started out as a swing trader, then became an intraday trader. So I started out trading on the side of my career. Then when I went full time after 4.5 years, I became that day trader, so to speak. Still did swing trades, but was day trading. And so when it comes to intraday trading, yes, you've got that instant feedback. But for me, by the time I got to 2013, 2014, trading for me has always been more than just about the money. It has to be more than about the money. Funny enough, Bill Lipsett, or whatever his name is, one of the, been another Market Wizards book, said something along those lines. So if trading is all about the money, your focus is on the wrong thing. You hear professional athletes always talk about following their processes, and that's what we've got to be good at. The money will take care of itself. We've got to follow the processes. But for me, intraday trading, you're right that you get instant feedback loop. Within a couple of hours, you know whether you're right or wrong.
Very true, right? That's something people say a lot. Like the money will take care of itself. Focus on the process. It's the best advice you can have, honestly, right?
Move on to the next trade, and you may have already done that. So yes, you've already got that, but there are disadvantages as well for intraday trading. For me, coming back to the trading itself, I confess that intraday trading became very boring and tedious for me. So going into a trade and coming out for 1 to 1.5 R or 1 to 2, that sort of trading, what I call vanilla trading for me. Over years of doing it, it was becoming, I needed more of a challenge. Trading has always had to be deeper for me than just making money, coming back to what I said. There has to be something, I feel like when I did martial arts for years, although I competed for England, that to me was that's the top level, that's the showy part, the competition. But the depth is learning something which is 2,000-3,000 years old. So I've always needed that sense of depth. So once I've sort of, over years, become very proficient with day trading through the great financial crisis and all that sort of stuff, putting on shows, winning competitions, all that sort of stuff. But where else do I go with it? So if it was just about the money, and I was content with that, yeah, fine. But I've always wanted to push myself way outside of my comfort zone. And the only way to get myself out of that comfort zone is to sit on trades that are going to make you uncomfortable. And that's why I went to swing and then sort of super swing trades where I'll get into a trade. And just at the point where you're starting to feel comfortable, you're up 2 or 3 R, so to speak, and the trade's running, that's when I'm starting to look at adding to the positions, and I'll add another R. So I'm never at a point where I don't have risk in the trade, or very rarely. Towards the latter end of a trade, then yeah, it might be the case. So for me, that is pushing me outside of my comfort zone. That's what I crave and what I need from the market. It has to be more than just, I just made 2 R on that trade. That's fine, but it just became that I needed more. And from a personal psychology perspective, I need to take myself out of the comfort zone. And we all know.
We do that sometimes, right? We're talking about this yesterday. Kind of like adding to winners like risk-free in a manner such that like you walk up your average price in a place where you're not going to lose money regardless. Pretty useful, right? Pretty useful at times, especially when you've shaved and want to get back into position without taking a new trade. Essentially, it's like a free new trade if you do it properly, and you can do it multiple times.
Don't try and fix it.
Well, there was other things that it was that, but of course there are other factors as well. So life as well. So the style of intraday trading that
like for instance, like right now, like this long we're in. Let's just talk about this, yap about this real quick. We got in here, right? Shaved here, then added back, and like the average price is like here in this zone right now, right? If I wanted to, I could just keep adding right now, just add, and have my average entry here. with my stop like above it. So like I just added a bunch more size to the trade. And if I do get stopped out in that case, then I'm not losing anything, right? I would be giving back these gains, which is why I don't like doing that on like a full position. But it is like a risk-free add if it does start going up, right? So yeah, just be mindful of not round tripping whatever you have currently when doing that.
Be there to be keeping an eye on for the patterns. And so as life evolved, I found myself, like, if I have to come out, like today, coming out to do a great interview with yourself, I can't do that from an intraday trader. Well, I know that's a sacrifice. That's a big sacrifice to come out. Whereas as a swing trader, I can afford to come out and do these things. And so the amount of times when I'll have to go and run an errand just for an hour, and you come back and that one setup, it's always the way, that one setup's come in that hour that you've had to go and run that errand or walk the dog or whatever you've done, go to the gym or whatever, and you've missed out. So for me, there was all of that, thrown into the mix to say, right, okay, I need to push myself more because I'm too much in my comfort zone. I need to take myself out of that comfort zone. How can I do that? But also it did work with life to say, I'm going to go the other way back to full-on swing and position trading because then I can go out for a day or whatever, and it doesn't matter.
Would you very underestimated, right? Especially because it seems like most people that start trading are pretty young, so they don't consider this. But like, eventually you want to go on dates, hang out with your family, go fucking do whatever, right? Hey, if you're always scalping in the low time frames, you can't, right? You can't leave your computer.
More technical driven, and swing trading is more fundamental driven.
Fundamental and sentiment, yeah.
Yes.
So intraday is sort of technical, really, because yes, you've got news-driven events, but it's all technical. And so, whereas I quite like the analysis of, what's the market sentiment right now? I like that in the positional, especially with the position trading.
And we can say technicals is almost like a science because you can make it objective. Whereas sentiment, I don't have experience in it, so I can't say, but just from an outside perspective, it feels a bit more vague. You're combining a few factors and trying to assess what that could mean. So it's not as black and white. And then things change and things update. And I can imagine when you're super swinging, if you're holding a trade for weeks on end and then something changes in the sentiment, so now what was correct with the information you had 3 weeks prior is no longer correct because things have changed in that sentiment or due political factors. How much does that influence a position?
Well, it depends. It depends on the depth of the sentiment. So let me give you an example. So if we roll back to 2022, October 2022, the dollar peaked, the euro dollar troughed at that point, and the other currencies pretty much around that time made their lows against the dollar. From a sentiment perspective, there's a couple of factors. When I'm talking about sentiment, we can look at things like the COP reports, so we can see what the big hedge funds are doing. So from a sentiment perspective, we can see where they're positioned. So positioning is important. So if positioning is stretched, like it was at that point, so it's stretched against the dollar, then to me, I know that if we do get a reversal, sentiment is not something you can trade off, by the way. That's just part and parcel of the direction. Sentiment is just giving us the backdrop. So it's giving us what if you had a legal case and you had a lawyer representing you, they would have your main case and they would have supporting evidence. So for me, the sentiment is the supporting evidence. So if you've got positioning which is stretched long dated for the dollar,
this is like the 5th or 6th person that also uses the commitment of traders, right? Because it seems a lot of people actually use that information. Shout out to Jason Shapiro, right?
But if the market does turn, we still need the technical patterns in place as well. So if the market does turn, then the capacity for a massive unwinding of that position is there. And that's going to take longer than just a week or two. So you have that in the background. And that's what was going on back then from a sentiment perspective as far as positioning is concerned. But also then you've got all the headlines, Bloomberg, articles, Reuters, everyone was talking about the strength of the dollar and the demise of the euro at that point. And this is where I was saying, at the pit of my stomach, at times I'll be taking a trade. I had all of the technical patterns screaming at me, I've got to go long. And yet it's still not comfortable because the market overall is saying, yeah, the euro's going to carry on coming down, and the dollar, but I also know that when that, if that's going to unwind all those massive euro shorts in the market, that unwinding of all those shorts is going to take longer than just a week or two. So if you get it right, coupling sentiment with the technicals can be really quite
so I guess the technical serve purpose to time the sentiment. You're basically
100%, you can't time the sentiment. So when some of those articles were coming out, they're not coming out on the day of the low. But what's interesting, I find fascinating, financial journalists, they're not traders, they're just journalists. They get excited as well. So when they want to write an article about what the S&P's just been on a great run, or the Nasdaq, or Nvidia, whatever you choose, whatever. By the time they write the articles, they're writing it because the market has already gone up for a long time. They're just reporters after all, whether it's that or whether it's the dollar or whatever. So at the point when they start clustering and they're all writing similar sorts of headline stories themselves, we know that the market must have already been in quite a trend in order for them to start writing about it. And so by the time they're writing about it, we know that that trend is established. And then it's just a case of whether that is making, in that euro example, a major low, or it's just a temporary low, which might just be, like you said, a tradable event for a couple of weeks before it then reverses back over and resumes its downwards trend. So there's a lot going on. But that's what I find fascinating. It's like a jigsaw puzzle.
It's completely different to just technicals. That's a repeatable kind of mechanical approach. Whereas so when it comes to sentiment, there's many ways to gauge it and probably weight it as well. Like these opinions matter more than other opinions. The COT report specifically, would you say that is almost a self-fulfilling prophecy where what the big players are doing and how they're positioning themselves eventually has to play out because they're the ones with the largest sums of money?
It's a funny. I use the commitment of traders report in 2 ways. So I will look for confirmations of trend. So to see, if they're, quite often you'll see a trend in a given market, and when you're looking at their positioning, it's moving in line with that given trend. So that's fine. That's giving me just a confirmation of what's going on. But if I'm looking at potentially a reversal, then if we take that euro as an example back in 22, then there's 2 things that can happen. Their positioning can get stretched. So they've been, in that regard, selling and selling and selling, and so their positioning is really quite stretched. They're at new, as far as the dollar at that point was concerned, I think it was the highest dollar long position since way back in 2008 or something like that at that time, and so we knew that they're stretched. That's not a tradable event, but it's just supporting evidence. Sometimes though, they diverge. They've already moved. They've moved before a move, so you can already see in their positioning. Now, the COP report is useless to an intraday trader because it's out of date by the time it's even released, but to a swing position trader, that doesn't really matter. So if I see that actually they're not going with this move anymore, this move down in price on a chart, let's take that euro dollar as an example, euro dollar's still coming down. They've stopped. In fact, they're actually winding down their positions at the moment. They're starting positional wise to lighten up. So again, a divergence in their positioning can give us a heads up as well. So I use it in 2 different ways, where an extreme, if they're an extreme in positioning, or if they're diverging against the market, it gives me that information.
Is that divergence a indicator of what's to come?
Well, it can be, because if they are diverging, like you said, the big players, if they're not going with it, if they're not continuing to sell, or they're more likely they're still net short, but they're less net short than they were, so they're diverging. If it's quite a clear divergence, then that usually tells us that they're not necessarily, they're starting to be a bit more cautious towards how much more downside there is. Then it comes back down to I still need to have technical patterns, and I'm not always trading reversals, but it's something that I will trade. So at that point, if I've got the technical patterns in place, and I'm seeing either extremes or divergences amongst the big hedge fund managers, plus I'm seeing Reuters talking nonsense on their front of their magazine saying the euro's doomed, I've got to put in all that together and say, there's a tradable opportunity here.
A common theme that I've had from
like
guests is
interesting.
They describe how the market has changed. Just
pretty similar to Shapiro, basically, right? The way that he does it is based on like the news. Like if the positioning is a certain way, and then some like news comes out that should, in theory, support the current move and positioning, and the price does not react in that way, that's when he acts upon it.
And then COVID came along, and he just entered a drawdown period back to back, and he had to reassess it and make a new approach. With almost 30 years of experience in the market, have you noticed any meaningful changes with the rise of technology, even now AI? Has that manifested in differences in price action?
Probably, but I don't trade intraday anymore. And I think that's where the intraday noise is there's probably more noise now than ever because of the amount of competing systems that are down there. From an intraday perspective. From my perspective, less so. Markets still trend, they still consolidate, and they still reverse. And so, and because I'm not following a mechanical system, I do think that's the problem sometimes with a mechanical-based approach, that it can have some amazing runs, but it can also have some awful drawdowns at times as well. And then it comes down to your ability to stay with it, or to get to a point and assess like that chap and say, do you know what, it needs changing now. So the difficulty for a lot of traders is they start changing a strategy before it actually needs it. So and then they'll justify, oh yeah, but I've got 10% drawdown, I must do something. And actually, nothing maybe is broken. For me, no, my approach doesn't seem to be affected by that, because I'm just trying to either trade a trend or a reversal of trend, and the same pattern still are there like they always have been. There's only so many ways to buy a trend. You either buy on a pullback or you buy on a breakout. It's just about the technicals that you're looking at in order to trade that trend.
I've spoken to a variety of guests on the show, and a unanimous common denominator between all of them is the emphasis they put on data and actually knowing inner workings and the insights of your edge and your performance. That's why I'm proud to bring a partner of the show, TradeZeller, the number one journaling, backtesting, and all-in-one insight experience created by traders for traders. What TradeZeller really gives you is deep insights about your trading that would ordinarily not be visible, whether it's through understanding your trade types and playbooks, or even insights powered by artificial intelligence through Zeller AI. Whether you trade forex, futures, cryptos, the stock market, it all seamlessly connects to TradeZeller, so there's no additional work. You've seen me reference it dozens of times, and all of the benefits I've had in my trading from the insights I found from my TradeZeller. So join myself and thousands of other viewers of the show. You'll get the best discount using the link in the description, or code TOT for Titans of Tomorrow. I want to move towards the rise over the last maybe 5-6 years of prop firms. And obviously in your era, when you first, the majority of your career, these things didn't exist. But maybe you've seen similar models exist, but in the way that it is right now, which is open to gamification, and people now can gamble. What is prop firm between your valuation fees versus payouts, and it's turned into what it wasn't supposed to be, is what I see this at the moment. How do you view prop firms? Are you a proponent? Do you use it? Are you for it, against it?
I'm way too old to use it. I have no reason to use it. I've been trading way too long to need that. I understand the advent of them. It's attractive to someone who may say, well, I haven't got £100,000 to trade with or dollars to trade with myself, but I can get access to a demo account. Yes, it's a demo account. Everyone understands now the majority they're demo accounts mostly. However, if the prop firm is still going to pay me out based on the trading, so people can be aware of that. So no, never had any reason to get involved. I'm not massively up on that space because it's not my space. What I have seen is the bad stuff. Now I think that industry is probably cleaning. Certainly, there's some bigger firms who are probably cleaned up from where they were, and certainly their practices are better. And certainly there's new firms coming into the space or have come into the space who are better. But certainly we've seen some of the firms go bust. It's like a pyramid scheme, as far as I'm concerned. And a lot of them are like that. It's a case of finding the good ones amongst it all. One of the early, without mentioning names, one of the early prop firms, admitted that 98% of all their applicants just lost money, and some of the tactics that they would get up to. I know people that have worked at some of these prop firms, some of the earlier ones, and have said, yeah, behind the scenes, if they have anyone who's making too much money, then they'll start slipping them and either switch them off, but before that they'll try and make them fail by creating lots of slippage and all these rules around you've got to be flat over weekends and around news they would slip them and all that sort of stuff going on. So I'm sure there's some good quality firms. It's not my thing.
I guess that's not too different to the broker space, where you have similar predatory practices happening in the unregulated, high leverage ones.
Yeah, but I live in the UK. I trade. It's a highly regulated environment here. It's not the Wild West, and I think that's where the prop firm space is going to go. It started out as the Wild West, a bit like 20 odd years ago. And of course, if you're out in a different jurisdiction around the world, there are still plenty of brokers who do treat it like the Wild West. But if you're in the UK, and Europe, they're highly regulated, and even like you're in Dubai and a lot of places around the world now, these are big, serious players. They don't need to be trying to upset and make their clients lose money. It costs the average broker so much money to acquire the average customer that if they try to do that, it's not worth their while to do it. They can just offset their clients' trades into the market, so into their market, into their liquidity providers, and they can still make plenty of money via commissions and stuff without trying to do that. So yes, it used to happen years ago, but I think far less now. Apart from if you're in a bad jurisdiction, seek out a good international broker and you're fine.
When we speak about a 28-year career, I guess in the beginning, the early days was just to financially make something of yourself, and thereafter it seemed like a pursuit of fulfillment where it came to pivoting to find new challenges. But even that was probably what you're doing now after that pivot. It's probably starting to feel like second nature once again. What is after that or beyond this point moving forward, where profitability is no longer an issue, the buzz of it and so forth is probably numb now? Why do you continue to trade when you can probably take the capital you made over the years and just whack it into an S&P and live off residuals?
Yeah, one of my friends done that. And
it makes sense.
It comes back down to we all need to have a purpose in life, and I've always been a big believer in that. Ever since the very first Tony Robbins course I went on or book I read, where they talk about having a purpose, and I think we all search for significance in one way or another in our life. And if I just took my money and put it into a fund paying whatever, and just stuck it in the S&P and made 20% a year, well, that's what's been happening in recent years, then yes, that's all very well, but where's my purpose in life? My friend who's done just that, I was on the phone to him yesterday, and he's looking for work because he doesn't need the money, but he just wants something to do. And so I wouldn't underestimate just the reason why we carry on doing stuff. Why do you think Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones are still going after all? They don't need the money. And it's the same. You look at Richard Branson, anyone. It's about having a drive in your life, like we all do. And so for me, it gives me that mental stimulus, and that's what I need, the mental stimulation. Because you say about it becoming easier, but of course it becomes easier. Trading becomes easier, but because I'm always trying to push myself to the limits of my comfort zone, then I'm just keeping myself on the limit, which keeps it still interesting. And I think because especially right now, with everything that's going on in the US this year, and the new administration, all their different policies, it's making the market so fascinating right now. Why would I want to leave it? So no, I'll carry on. I love managing money. So I professionally manage money, regulated here in the UK for investors. So that gives me something as well to feel like I'm entrusted to look after people's money as well and trade that for them. So there's always that sense of purpose for me. But the one thing that I have to be very careful of is time, because I can just lose myself just in my office doing everything that I can do. I still have a trading community, for example, and I love that as well. That gives me another sense of purpose. But I have to be careful about taking time out as well, because I'll just keep going until I'm like, oh god, I'm exhausted, right, I need a week off or 2 weeks off. So that's one thing that I'm becoming much more aware of, that you get pushed and pulled, you're asked to go and do things, and I've always been one of these people who like saying yes to things. So someone will say, can you go out to the Middle East? I'm out in Jordan next month. Can you go out in Kuwait? I'm in Kuwait in 2 weeks time. There's always places to go and talk to traders, and I love saying yes to these things. And then I'll moan at the end of the year, oh god, I'm tired. But so some things will need to change in order to make sure that my balance, going all the way back to when I left my industry back in 2001 to go full-time trading, my life was out of balance at that time, and I've got to be careful of constantly trying to keep it in balance. Swing trading, position trading helps, but then you've got people saying, oh, can you come and present to these traders, or can you come to this trading show and talk to us about whatever. So
I want to go back to a time in your career where maybe you faced maybe a big dollar amount, a pound amount loss, or something that maybe was an absorbable loss, but it felt really bad. Have you had these periods of intense hardship in your career?
Yeah, I think like probably most traders, I lost a lot of money in my first year, made a lot in relative terms in my first year. I put 40,000 into an account, got a bit excited, made a bit of money, then got excited, turned it into $250,000, and then lost a lot, apart from the last 1,000, because I couldn't trade with $1,000 or whatever, and have to start again. But that's in the first year. I think probably a better example was 2018. So I'm now 20 years into my trading, and I went through a 9-month drawdown period.
Oh wow!
So
this is with clients' money too? Or
no, just mine. So I was lucky. The clients, I just
also explore the idea of added pressure, because losing your money or drawdown for yourself is one thing, but when it's for other people, that's amplified, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. So no, I was lucky on that, because I'll always trade the client's money slightly differently. You're right. I'm more cautious with them than like you say with your own. But not that I was being reckless with my own. But yeah, I went through a 9-month drawdown period. So I think peak to trough it was 6 months, but it was 9 months. Probably, yeah. And so that was quite interesting, because you're 20 years into your trading, and then it's partly because I'm swing trading. I'm not intraday. I'm not short-term trading, so that can increase the stagnation period. But nevertheless, that was still a challenge. I remember sitting there with my wife one night. We'd gone out with friends, and very rarely my friends don't ask me about trading, because to them it's just, oh, that's what Charlie does, But I remember for whatever reason, Stephen said, oh, well, something about the markets, maybe something was happening at that time. I said, yeah. He said, how's trading going this year? I said, I'm down about £180,000. And of course, he said, oh my god, are you okay? And yeah, it's just a drawdown. It's all relative. But that was good for me to experience a drawdown, in the recent past and 20 years into my trading.
Very interesting, right?
Say
20 years
5 months in terms of modifying your technicals or fundamentals or types of trades where you more hesitant than usual. Would you modify risk and back off trades, because that can prolong the drawdown period, because now it takes longer to climb out?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So essentially what was happening is I was just out of sync with the market. The market just went into an icky period. Lots of consolidatory type price action, wasn't getting the trends, and so as a result I was getting into plenty of trades, getting into a bit of profit, rolls over, stops you out, right, start again, sort of thing. And so I was just out of sync with that. I didn't want to make major adjustments, and certainly not for quite some time, because just at the point you make a major adjustment, then the market resumes.
You can't be that reactionary.
Exactly. So the main thing that I did was to reduce risk. So once I was several months in, exactly that. And actually, I was quite conservative in not bringing the risk back up. So actually, it took me to get peak to peak, prior equity high back to prior equity high. Did take longer, because I was quite laid back in trading it, in increasing the position size back up, because I'm not in a hurry. It's not a massive. It's my pension fund, so to speak. That's what I call it. So I'm not having to draw upon it every week or every month anymore. So I could quite happily take my time. So it did take, for that reason, it extended the period peak to peak. But I think that's a good thing to do, because you're desensitizing any emotions that you might experience. And for me, it's not so much about emotions at that point, but what it is okay, I'm out of sync at the markets. I don't know what point the market's going to come back. I need to protect my capital.
It makes sense. It just has the spillover effect of prolonging the issue. I want to pivot towards, let's call it financial maturity, or just financial literacy outside of just trading, because a very common philosophy that people have coming into the markets is, I'm going to learn how to trade, I'm going to use prop firms to get as much as possible, and then put that into a personal account and grow that to the moon. But I haven't seen really anyone actually grow to the moon and just live off that. So usually people tend to then pivot and do other things. In that pursuit of diversification, this year is the first time I significantly invested into the stock market, indexes, gold, and so forth. And I just thought it was about time. But I did it to what your friend has also done. I liquidated a large portion of my trading account to put it when it was the tariff situation. I thought this is the time to strike. And the reason I did that was because I'm swing trading, I'm day trading. I realized the majority of my account is dead weight, in the sense of it's not working capital. I'm not using significant margin. So I realized I can take the same position size with a smaller account because of leverage, and I can put this into something and generate me something on the side. And the spillover effect is giving me a lot of peace. It's also giving me this feeling has gone away to chase. It's just changed my persona in the market for the better. And then also just the wonders of investing. And then now that's fixated in my head of like, okay, if I just grow this pot, this can now be that retirement kind of thing, which really can get crazy with compound interest. But just speaking about 28 years, apart from just what you've been doing in the markets, what else have you done around your life to build that financial moat, let's call it?
Yeah, I mean, I have investments outside of trading. I've always seen my trading, I say always, but for a long time now, as being my baby, so to speak. But of course, I still have traditional pensions, so I still have those.
And does that come from the trading account, or is that other projects? And you keep it separate?
No, that's just old company work pensions.
From back in the day,
yeah, of course. And so that's still managed. I do have some property as well, and the usual sort of stuff. I have some investments in wine and whatever as well. So, across a broad variety of asset classes, bit of crypto, the usual stuff. So I do believe that it's good to have that diversification, just because Well, I could go into a flat period again from a trading perspective, but then the markets are still behaving quite nicely and they're still going up. So you still feel the wealth effect, is what you're talking about as well. And so I think it's good to do that anyway. So if people can do that, then definitely should do it. Yeah.
And what about the feeling of, because the reason I hadn't done it until this year was because maybe it was naivety or arrogance of I can do more with the money myself. And there was always the opportunity cost thought of I probably might end up just doing 5-6% a year, and that seems very boring, especially in my 20s. How did you come over with that FOMO, or was this something you've been doing since you were young? To see, I could put it into these properties and so forth, but I could also trade that same money and maybe get more out of it.
I think for you, that one of the tougher things, your time is in demand as well. So from a trading perspective, you can't sit here and intraday scale. Exactly.
Yes.
So I think that's a really good thing for you anyway, because, and for a lot of other people, time is really, is the key. So for me, from a swing trading perspective or positional trading perspective, I can still do other things, and they're not going to get in the way. Whereas if you're doing interviews for 2 weeks solid, you're not intraday trading. So you're not making any money from intraday during that period. And so I think that's a good example of why diversification is good.
Now that you mention this, I'm just looking back. I've probably crossed 100 guests, and every single guest is maybe over the age of 35. Not a single one of them is intraday or scalping or intra-session. And a lot of them did start that way or had that in their career, but they all seem to pivot towards swing or super swing. Do you think that's more because of a work-life balance approach?
I think it's just because we're all getting old. So joking aside, when I was younger, I loved the intensity. I used to sit in my office till 2-3 a.m. Hunting for trades. The early years. I was younger then as well. I think as you get older, then of course you appreciate other things. I'm not saying that I didn't when I was in my 20s, but they just become elevated, shall we say. And so the main thing is what I've already covered off as to why I moved away from it. It's multifaceted. Yes, it was searching for to take myself outside my comfort zone, but also time to be able to manage everything else I do. Like for yourself, you're a classic example. You're doing this is massively successful, and if you're a position trader, you'd be able to be position trading.
Yes, I get thrown the idea a lot.
Trying to persuade him to. So yeah. And why is that the case? I think it's just the intensity that more people. But there's still people my age who are day trading and still thrive on it. I think it's still a personal thing, really. It's what we all want, out of life and out of our trading. I don't think there's a right or wrong. Do I think that for people who are new to trading, should they be intraday? No, I don't. That is something I disagree with, because I think the emotional range is that someone who's new to trading is so intense for someone who's new that yes, they've got to learn all the patterns and everything else, and they've got to deal with all the psychological mindset stuff and just that intensity of the burning desire to be right of someone who's newer to trading. I think they have no business getting involved in intraday. Like you were swing trade first, then went, and that's how. If someone wants to become a day trader, I would rather even if they're trading off a 4-hour time frame and just holding for 2 days, that's nice, holding period, swing trading, and then gradually build your resilience up, because the market is going to question you and it's going to completely always be pushing you and testing you. And when you're new, you don't have that skin like a rhinoceros that you need to be able to take all that stuff that's being thrown at you. So I think that most people go swing first. If you then still want to day trade, then go into day trading. And a lot of people then, as we get older, do decide to go back to swing or position trading because of time.
I finally have a special offer to share with all of you from the US or my futures traders, which is over 20% of the listeners of the show, and that is Alpha 90% off or code TOT for the.
And I think because you've navigated all walks of life when it comes to trading, when it's the wild west of props or brokers, and then it's the ways of learning, the social media side, and then also market changes when it comes to seasonality and so forth. If we can just have a conversation on what is realistic in terms of someone that's new and they're told, okay, I need to get 10% of pass valuation, 10% seems normalized, and they try to do that in 2 weeks. So the perspective gets warped. What is something that is realistic that you've seen that stands the test of time in terms of rate of return, trade frequency, the kind of risk parameters, these kind of things? Just what is realistic and achievable?
From a trading perspective, what is realistic to one trader is going to be different to another. So because there's a couple of things you just mentioned there. Trade frequency comes into it, and risk per trade. You can have 2 traders doing exactly the same trading. One's risking 1% of their account balance per trade, the other one's risking 0.1%. They've got 2 entirely different results at the end of the year, and yet they're doing exactly the same trade. So people can say, X% at the end of the year. Well, based on what? How much are you risking? What's your trade frequency, etc., etc. But what do I think is realistic? I think that's the main thing. I've seen traders, and I've done it myself when I've done trading challenges and done hundreds of percents in a single year. But have I ever done that every year? No, I haven't. Now I know there's some market wizards out there who have, and I have heard of a trader who is here in the UK who makes about 300% a year and has done for 15 years. But he's old. He's an ex-City institutional trader. He has no interest in being on social media.
I was about to say.
This is what I was telling you guys. This is what I've been telling you guys since day one, right? Like, this is the tip of the iceberg, right? What you see on social media and whatnot is the tip of the iceberg. People that make fucking real money, I'm talking real fucking money, right? 9 fucking figures plus, they do not want to be fucking known. It's a security risk, right? First and foremost, amongst other things.
He's an ex-City trader.
Would you say he's a phenomenon anomaly, or would you say that he does something that others don't?
He's a unicorn. He just sees numbers. None of us are going to see. He doesn't look at charts and stuff like that. He just sees value. So you've got someone like that, but that is a unicorn. Most people are never going to. I've never been able to do that sort of thing. Even when I'm doing the more aggressive trading challenges, I can do it in a year, but no way I'm going to do that consistently for 15 years. So if we take that aside, what is realistic? Is 100% a year realistic? There's going to be people out there who can do it for a couple of years and then they'll go and take a big hit or whatever, because to make 100%, you've got to be risking. Either you're risking more or your trade frequency is quite a lot, which exposure. Exposure. So, but do I think 30 to 50% on average in a year? I think for a retail trader, that is doable. I've got traders that I've coached who average that. They don't do it every year, but I'm thinking of one guy, he'll make 80% in 1 year on his account, and the next year he'll make 20%. He's had years when he's done 15 and years when he's done 50. But overall, he's averaged out at that sort of amount. So from my perspective and my experience of dealing with traders, then I think that is a window that is more than possible. But I've got also ex-City traders that I work with who risk tiny amounts, and they are happy just making 15% a year. But they have no interest. They're already millionaires. No interest. So again, it depends on the person, what they're trying to do. You've got someone who's 45 years old and is worth 7 figures. He's got not the same interest in trying to make 100% a year that someone who's got £2,000 in a trading account. So everything's different. But do I think you can do 30% a year, 40, 50% a year, or more? I've done it, yes, absolutely, or even triple digits. But I don't think that the majority of people can do triple digits every year. I don't think so. Some people can, but again, they are less than 1%. Yeah, exactly. And we can't. if we are more realistic with our expectations, then and say, right, you know what, if you did 20% as a trader every year, you are going to outperform the S&P. So yeah, just a reality there.
And maybe just to wrap up, I just want to give you the opportunity, any lasting advice or a big lesson that you want to pass to someone who's watching us? Usually the audience is at a 1 to 3 year mark in their career.
Keep going. I would say tenacity in trading is everything, because the market is going to challenge you. Like I said, I was 20 years into my trading and then I went through that drawdown. Doesn't matter. You think you're the master. You've learned it all. You're 3 years into your trading and you think you know it all. And yet, have you traded through a massive bull market, massive bear market, a wide-ranging market? Probably not. You've not traded if you've only been trading 3 years in every different market condition. So always be humble in front of the market. Otherwise, the market will humble you.
There we go. A beautiful episode, Charlie. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
There we go. Perfect.
Great stuff.
Interesting. Not bad. Let's finish this one. Well, in terms of this chart, nothing particularly interesting, right? Nothing particularly interesting here so far. Kind of just bouncing off yesterday's value low. Just doing the math. I'm gonna leave this thing on here. Bouncing right at the golden bucket.
Exchange, if this is inefficiency price action.
Gotcha.
So this one is necessary. If we want to reach the top of the day, this one is necessary. The market cannot be parabolic.
Yeah.
Because there needs to be interaction, like sellers trying to step in. And now, if we analyze sellers trapped, buyers aggressive, big node on the top, possible squeeze. Yeah. If we break this one forced to close. It's a good setup. This one is a good setup. And the good part is that we are using profit.
Yeah.
Of the profit. This is psychologically also really convenient for us.
So you have a 2% limit on loss.
Loss for the day. On the worst case scenario, I lose 2%. That is 8 trades.
Yeah.
But it
doesn't happen often. Yeah.
Can happen one time every 2 months.
Yeah. So in this case, though, like if you were trading at your own desk right now, and the first trade's a win, are you taking trades like this trade is another trade, for example? Would you be taking any of those other trades that we discussed as well, or trying them? Or is
I will take the exact same trade. Yeah. Because the only difference is that I'm with a trackpad now, and I have a mouse that have shortcut, so I can just execute faster and also put at break even with one shortcut. Like the execution is really important. Like with a laptop, it's not the best for scalping. But yes, these are 2 bullet setups. The setup that we took before is exactly what I will execute in the World Trading Cup if I was still participating in it. We are approaching the high and exactly at the level I told you.
So now we're
participating. We are waiting for full candle because it can be a fake out. On the full candle, we are in. It's 1 minute chart, so it's really easy. So if we were in before, we would risk the whipsaw.
Yeah.
Now what happens if the full candle arrives here? We cannot have this big stop loss, so we will just cover ourselves below the big trade. Okay?
Gotcha.
So let's see how it goes. We are still not in. So I need to adapt my stop loss. If the candle closes even here, we are still risking even less, 355, but I need to see that it closes above this box.
Yes.
If it closes inside, I'm not engaging.
If it closes inside, then closes above the box, you're in? Or
it closes below, so not in.
Okay. But if it now closes above,
you see why not?
Yeah.
If it now closes above, I still can consider the trade, but I need to cover myself below
these lines.
Yes. This is potential accumulation, so I can have a really small stop loss. It's this trade execute. I will participate here. It's $275 loss.
Okay.
20% of what we got for the day.
So are you doing that because that is, if we go below that low, the setup is essentially
anymore,
okay. So it doesn't matter about, you have $600 worth of risk you could use to give it wider.
That's more. I'm showing one contract, but if the risk is only $280, I can scale in contract. Like I can bring the risk to $500 or 2 contracts in this case.
I got you. Yes. Okay. I understand. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, we are in here. Okay. Close of the candle. We are in. We are risking $260 to make potential 1,100. It's 1 to 5,
1.5 ish. Yeah.
The good part is that when we approach this, if we break, we are risk free.
The funny thing about watching this yesterday is that when we were talking about the trapped sellers at the lows, if he had taken that trade, he'd be fucking juicing this whole move pick so fucking perfect, right?
Yeah, if we break this one, you see the catalyst.
Okay.
We go risk free.
Got you.
And like some seconds and we go risk free.
So now you be risk free.
Yes. Risk free. It can be below this aggression candle, but it's still risky. I will still not go risk free because I think we will test this level. I will take the risk to take a loss on this one.
Yeah.
You can go risk free when you see candle accepting the high.
Yeah.
This one is still not accepting the high. And the risk is that it tests, then skyrocket up, and you are out of your position.
And it moves too fast.
Yes. No, it's again test. You see what I saved?
There's the upper top of the range.
Yeah. I saved the fact that I will get liquidated if I go too fast risk free. And you can say you can re-enter. Yes, but what if now it explodes?
It's too fast.
Yes, it's too fast. Now, when we get a full money candle up, we can get risk free.
Okay.
You're getting the excuse.
Yeah, we're getting good. By the end of this, we'll be a whole different trader. That's it.
But to be honest, is it more clear than price action?
Oh, yeah, it's way more clear. It's like I said, one of the most clearest order flow breakdowns we've done so far, for sure. And to be able to do it live as well, and see it live is incredible. And I'd say that the platform's been incredible as well, because as I said, previous ones I've seen, it feels very overwhelming as someone who doesn't use order flow. While this one, you can incorporate a lot of this information quite cleanly, especially that you have the volume profile with the delta, and then you have the orders being shown as well, the large orders being shown, and it all feels quite clean. And the beauty is you can just click a button, hide them off, put them back on. Yeah.
So you see, this is a fail deduction. Like every time it approaches the high and get back, our probability that we will get a stop loss gets higher.
Okay.
So if we approach again and it gives me the ability to put my stop loss to break even here I will do, because the setup is getting the more time, the weaker. A good setup creates an explosion here.
Okay.
So yes, there are these big orders protecting, but the probability that it will just spike out and liquidate me is getting higher and higher. And that's exactly what happened. So how much we lost on this one? $255. So the ability to be able to spot this here saves you to put a stop loss like the beginning we wanted to do here.
Down here, yeah. No, it's a half the risk.
Let's adapt the narrative. We are in profit of $750 for the day because we lost $250 on this one. What can we do? If this big order gets again absorbed, we can engage, but we need to see again aggression of the market participants. We can take a final position of other $500 to target for either the eye of the day, either 1 to 2, 1 to 3 risk reward. What happened here? Why we have this movement? Aggressive buyers, no follow through, getting back in, sellers locking the movement. Now, either we go here, either the buyers take control. From what I'm seeing, we go here. Why? Aggressive buyers, no follow up. Like, if you want, this can be a short, but it's against the buyers. So we will not experience it and we will not try it. So we are waiting that the market gives us a new long position that, of course, is not providing at the moment.
So would you see price close back above any certain level before looking to execute?
Yes, I will show you also which level now. The consolidation area is still the same. Okay, let's remove for a second the big trades. And let's go on what really matters. Did it break the value area low? No. Did it break the value area high? Yes. Okay, first information. Now, sellers are getting really aggressive here. What does it mean? Like before skyrocketing the market up, it took the low. Okay, so either this candle is full of aggressive sellers, there is a big ball here. Either we go back here and they see market activity participant buy and I engage. Either we use the trend following setup only when it closed the candle here. You remember, break, testing here, like we did here. This explosion was taken thanks to this. Okay, so we took a stop loss here. We don't want to engage in the noise now. Just want to be patient about it. Let's see what.
So otherwise, let's say we get involved now, we could easily continue lower. Or even if we close above this, the top of the range there, it could still go lower. While if we break above, then we could have a
low probability that we will go lower. And also consider that if it breaks higher, you have a really clear level where to cover yourself. So either you are right, either you are wrong really fast here. You can try along here, get stopped out, try again here, get stopped out here. If it breaks and it comes back, it's not valid anymore. You cannot get stopped out for no reason.
So this could, going back to your analogy as well about during the battle. This is essentially like during the battle here, where we entered the trade that we just got stopped out on was when we had exited the battle. Then ended up being a loss. That's fine. Yes, it's part of trading. But now we're in the battle again, so we're not looking to make a decision now. No, we want to come away from it.
Exactly.
But it's planned ahead of time.
Yes. Now at the moment, sellers are willing this battle. If sellers are willing to win this battle, this one needs to close. If this one needs to close,
then we'll squeeze down.
We will do the opposite. We'll squeeze down, see aggressive sellers here jumping back, liquidating all these ones, and from here we can get the big buy movement of the day. Let's see how it behaves. Still didn't took the low. The squeeze happens when you took the low here, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 low to revisit. Let's see how they will behave.
Would you say usually, what time are we into the open? We're a couple hours in.
Yes, a couple hours in the open.
At this stage, normally is there more volatility, would you say? Or is this
it's not like it's a compression day. First movement, we made profit. Then we lost in compression. As I told you, the model don't work properly when there is compression. Why we are still in profit if we took on take profit and loss? For only one reason, our risk management. We took profit when it's necessary. We are wrong. When we are wrong immediately. You see the squeeze? Like took the first low, accelerated to the second. If accelerate to the second, it accelerate to the third. Big liquidation. Fill the low volume node. Market makers don't like when the exchange is not transactioning properly. They don't like to leave void here. Okay, so you can see them from the low volume node, and usually they get filled. So this sell, if we were ignoring all of this sell is saying sellers are getting aggressive, but they are not having a follow through. But in this situation, we are also having a failed auction. If here we have a breakout of the candle, we get back here, this could be a trade. It's not the situation because also the buyers are not willing. So we are in the situation, if you remember, of the London session that we saw. Not clear direction, not clear breakout. Long-term bias is clear, is long, but not a good setup to take. Let's remove the big trades here. Let's watch what's happened. So they took the first two lows, they get back inside in. The sellers are still aggressive here. We didn't reach the value area low, and we failed the auction here. Now, let's clean everything. If we clean everything, we see something really clear. This failed auction, but at the same time, and I need to go on 5 minutes to show you this. The bias is clear, but look at this situation. They didn't even release it from the first trade that we took, the balance area. So what can we do now? We can use the full impulse to time the delta. And what we see, we go deep inside. The buy delta that is more relevant is concentrated here in this 3 point, 1, 2, and 3. These are the biggest one, even if it's a void. And this coherent with the test of this. Now, if we get back here, we have aggressive buyers. We have sellers that are in deep loss that can close the position and skyrocket up. So from this situation, I expect that short term, the bias is still long. We can accelerate, and this is exactly what we are doing.
So now it's time to take some of those previous lows that you mentioned.
We are going to take them. It's not worthy to take a long here against the momentum.
It seems like usual shit, right? It seems like usual shit. This guy's from what we've seen in the video yesterday today. Basically, he's just targeting that high delta zone down here, with along with like the short sellers that are trapped from earlier. A lot of times people will not get stopped out, but they'll exit when they get to break even or close, right? So that's why he was referring to the causing the bounce up, because like those people closing out is what leads to help the bounce. On top of people taking the trade, like new people on the long side.
The low volume node. When they rebalance the low volume node, we have our opportunity to take a $500 trade to 2,000 profit, 3,000 profit for the day, and we're done. Let's see. Now we can know that it's moving.
Pretty similar to the other guy. Who was it? I think it was like Ariel. I think was his name, right? That is pretty similar thing, on higher time frames.
Well, accepted.
Everyone does it, right? Most people that use volume profiles all trade the same way.
About putting the buy here without seeing some absorption or some aggressive buyers stepping in. Like I will before wait. This one is a continuation model. Like sellers aggressive buyers trying.
You want them to fail.
You want them to fail. Like it's accelerating, still pushing low,
The yellow bubble, what is that?
When it's yellow, it's irrelevant. Like it's not relevant volume.
Okay.
So it's below the threshold. You can point it out. I think we are going to. Yes,
It's lower.
to push it out
I
till
thought he was filtering
this.
them.
If this traders close the position, scattered up. We are experiencing the first time that we have seen this now.
Yeah.
What risks can we take here? If let me show you. This is the candle that incorporated all this sell volume inside. If they manage to break the high of this candle, okay, and get back in, not even if I calculated on purpose, $500 risk, we can shoot up to $2,000 trade. It's a 1 to 4 risk to reward. We will see later if it is still. What we need to have to activate this setup, break out with full body candle of this high.
Okay, so you close.
And it closes, yes.
Okay.
So if the market goes down, great or aggressive sell, I recalibrate my stop loss.
Okay.
Let's see what it does. Still I expect a whipsaw down. Why? The buyers follow through is garbage.
Yes, yeah.
The sellers can push out up closing this position, but the reaction of the buyers is not so good. If we start to go above here, the sellers will be forced to close. This can be a catalyst for up, but I would like to see that we reach this global node. This is really interesting. Let's see if we manage to get it.
Just so you know, you hold the record for the longest chart for next episode.
Really?
That's right. Probably approaching 4 or 5 hours, I think, by now.
Really?
I got some water.
Yeah, exactly.
I got some water, some molly water.
Or you'll pay the price for that reckless greed. Top longer, it's a shame to see you bought the lie while I sip my tea. Top longer, hope don't pay, but I get paid every single day. Top longer, next time wait, don't chase the sun at the wrong gate. Top longer, now you know we mark the top and let it go. I fade that fire. You play with flame. The math is the math, and we're not the same.
Yeah, one chance. No love,
No handouts. Marcos. One shot, had to take it. No sleep, had to make it. Dark nights, cold basement. Now my wrist looking sacred. They ain't cared, it was vacant. No help, just hatred. Not flex in the matrix. And my fam never waiting. Chart glowing, it's all I knew. Dreams in the gutter, soaked in dew. Had to map that line like truth. While they doubted, I aimed and flew. Poverty, pressure, pain on loop. No crowd, just math and a ruthless proof. Didn't need faith, didn't need boosts to fib the levels and airtight moves. I ain't believe, now they all tune in. I ain't forget how the silence been. Trading was prayer, yeah, I spoke with sin. No priest, just me and a flickering screen. Yeah, one shot, had to take it. No sleep, had to make it. Dark nights, cold basement. Now my wrist looking sacred. They ain't care, they was vacant. No help, just hatred. Not flex in the matrix. And my fam never waiting. Price hit, I ain't shake, I feel. Stop loss tight, the entry killed. One trade flip, how my block feel. Now mom smiling, a house on a hill. They ain't right when the loss was real. Now they cheer while I coast in silk. Still the same, just math and skill. Just more rooms in the place I built. Had much, just a chart and plan. No cosigns, no open hand. But now they see what I became. One shot, and I changed the fam. Yeah.
Marcos initialized. They move when I place. They pause where I stop. If you know, you know. The math is the math.
Limits, pivots, I'm setting the tone. Size so deep, price don't move on its own. Flash that wick, that's me in the zone. You chase pumps, I bank and I'm gone. You play streams, I post limits. Whole trend bends when I send digits. Short the low, that's your ticket. Top gets long, then I flip it. They can't match weight, they adjust the range. One fill hits and the board looks strange. No news drop, just Marco's place. Volume spikes when I open space, you call it chance. I call that data.
Okay.
We told the people free education, that you've never seen before, and we like to deliver, and you've helped us to do that. Like I said, I'm excited to see the feedback, the comments from everyone. Interesting.
Ultra aggressive sellers getting absorbed close to the low volume node, so this trade is not valid.
Okay.
We are cancelling it. Now this low volume node is created by this candle. And they tried to create a new low, but it failed to do it. So we expect that if we approach again this low, we have the final drive.
When the bubbles present themselves on the chart, is that when the
execution
has taken?
Yes.
Okay. So you expect, especially for that size, you would expect price when it's happened to instantly move.
Yes.
So the fact it doesn't is where we're saying absorption.
Yes, exactly.
Because if we look back here, for example, those buys came in, we moved.
Yes.
Yeah. Same here, the sells came in, we didn't move, but the buys came in. We
yes. They are facilitated in moving the market.
What about now? What's your
we are getting ready for. I need only the lock-in of Green back here. We are approaching the level. So I'm waiting.
You still need that closable?
Yes. This is exactly $500. Let's put for now at 1,000. Let's see the close. The close is there. Not yet. It's 1 minute candle.
You need it to close above.
Yeah. It can close also below this one. If it close, important is that it close below this, above this and above this. So still not doing it. You see, it's rejecting.
Okay.
This one is not okay. Still not in the trade.
Gotcha.
Thanks God, still not in the trade, because as soon as the sellers are still protecting the position, you will see the retracement.
How often do you see like early buyers, early sellers, as in traps essentially, or like getting in buyers early here, for example, but then we go to that low volume?
Yeah, a lot of times.
Happen,
Yes.
That's why that confirmation is so important.
All the time, boy. Traps. Gotta wait for that confirmation, boy.
Out of 10 is working, but the other 10 you are crashing another car.
Yeah.
Now it's again presenting the setups.
We need it to close.
We need to close, but I think we are almost there. Let's see. Yes.
Interesting. He uses 1 minute confirmations, right?
Just tested. So we got filled. Now we can decide to scale 1 to 2 at 1,000 and then scale the final position out of the top of the day. If we take a stop loss on this one, we will close the day because the model is not responding properly because we are in consolidation phase. You see, we are whipsaw up, so we protect the profit that we made for the day. Now I like these setups because they are usually zero down. Like we are getting the whipsaw up, we are loaded here. When can we put this position to break even? Break this high? We are risk free. Let's see how it goes. You notice something about the really good setups that they go immediately in profit. That's the reason this one I decided to close only with $250 loss, because if it failed to auction high, you are going to stop loss. There's no way you will win a trade like this. So we are in line with bias. We have aggressive sellers stopped, absorbed, not tapping directly on the low volume node, but on the same level where the sellers get absorbed before. Bias is there. Let's see if they reach at least the close. No, because it was overlapped with this one. Imagine now they spike down, close this one, and scale it up.
That happens, right?
Yeah, this will not surprise me. Nasdaq a lot of time does double legs with multiple spikes before jumping. But the good part about Nasdaq, that now is not a good day. Like we are managing to make profit, but this is the worst day that you can have. Because usually when it's building momentum, is trend falling. This one is breakout, whipsaw, breakout.
If we weren't in this saying right now where we're trying to obviously trade live and continue to trade, if you were at home and you took that first trade and you see this, would you then okay, it's a day for me? Or would you
when I see that this model fails, it goes back and I take profit from this one, probably I will just take another 1,000 profit and close for the day because it's not the market environment that is making me money. Like I want to go more aggressive when it's like London session was really nice, you see. Directional move, a lot of volatility in explosion, like fast 1 to 3 setups. Now it's getting like also for protection trader, it's getting really compressed. Like all this area is not making anything, just breaking, going down, breaking, going down. So now we have two scenarios. Either we get another 1,000 profit and we close at 1,750, or we just get at least to break even this one when we break this high and we let it run. If you let it run, each contract that we open on this one would give us, let's go to the top of the day. For each contract, we are making 3,680. So sometimes it's worth it to do it, because if you get 3 or 4 contracts, you can make 5 figures per day. But the win rate gets lower. So you can have these amazing days if you are heavy on the lot size, like me. I can open 5, 6, 7, 10 of a mini contract. It's heavy. If you get 10 contracts there, you can make $40,000. But the win rate drops down. This is just a personal decision. I prefer a lot of days of 3,000, 5,000, 6,000, 2,000, 5,000, 8,000, and to build the 5 to 6 figures for the month, then having 40,000 minus 3, minus 5, minus 4, minus 3. It is not psychologically, it's not helping me. You know? And I think it's only ego, because you can just take, for example, let's say that you are.
Sometimes what happens is sometimes it balances out anyway. But one person hasn't had to take so many losses, which is, as you say, psychologically most people couldn't handle that. There are going to be those occasional psychopaths who can handle.
In the beginning, then I had one day where I was floating 28,000 for the day. I decided to keep for the eye. He just reversed 5 tick below the eye, and I lost everything plus a stop loss on the next trades. So just I say no, it's just stupid. Just you can close at 28,000, you are done for the week. What you need to do.
That statement is extremely subjective, right? It applies to his specific style of scalping only. It's not nothing to do with fucking ego. Completely illogical statement.
It's, I would say, also less profitable, but I don't know, because I never try to keep my position open. But for example, today you will be already in true loss. If you keep the stop loss there, you don't trail, you don't manage, we will already take entry loss. We will not be sitting on a profit now. Soon we go to break even on this one, because it's going really good. We got inside here on the test.
When we reach the high, are you expecting a squeeze?
With these 3, yes.
Okay,
That's the reason that I say I will bring to break even, not close full position here, because with the right squeeze, it can go really fast to, for example, 2,000. Okay, can go really fast. So let's take as a reference that we bring to break even here. But what we can expect is momentum now building for the day.
And when does typically your session come to an end?
It depends. Like some session, consider that I'm living in United Arab Emirates, so I'm for me New York session is really late.
Yeah.
It's already 7.
Yeah, so it's
7. And usually I finish 8, 9, sometimes 10. And it's not just convenient to keep. So I do the first 3 to 4 hours of the session.
Yeah.
And I just manage trades, but I don't decide not to take other trades. Now we have an opportunity to put our stop loss to break even already. If this break again this high, not to break even, to stop, not to break even, to break even. If this high breaks, what the market is saying to us is that aggressive buyers are pushing, sellers are trying to get aggressive, but they are getting failed. I will not even say to break even, but I will secure other $250, so putting stop in profit. So in the worst case scenario, we close $1,000, and I'm still okay with it. Let's see if it approaches the high and get as much. Yes. So yes, exactly $250 for the day. That brings back like if we didn't took the previous loss.
Yeah.
And you see, building slowly the profit for the day is not heavy mentally, and it's not giving us the risk that if now this is a failed auction, that it explode lower, we get another $500 loss.
Yeah.
Like getting consistent wins, getting all your trading journal green, it's better than getting green on one day and red on all the other days.
Very interesting way of doing, I suppose, right? Like most people do something similar, right? Like on this change of structure, like the higher high, the higher low, and then it broke the higher high, they'd put their stop right there. He's doing it after this bubble confirmed like the similar thing in terms of the actual order flow.
Is that what you would expect though? The price was to come to this level to go continue lower down to here?
Considering that it's not breaking, if it goes back here and it breaks, yes, it will go at least to break even.
Yeah.
To the previous level where we
So then you might as well put it into profit.
Better be out. Yeah. Better be out. Like securing some profit for the day and be able to make 1,000 in the worst market environment. Secure for you 5 or 10,000 when the conditions are good.
Yeah.
Like look at this market. The only trending environment that we did is this one, and we monetized it.
Exactly.
All the rest is just managing your risk management and surviving this market condition. I decided to put that stop in profit here because this failed auction says a lot about what the price wants to do.
Okay.
Says a lot. So if we break this one, we will collapse down, and then you can say maybe we react here. Yes, we can try another trade, but sitting on a profit.
Yeah.
Like we can risk the profit.
Yeah. And if it does come down though to the low volume node, for example, then you
can use half of the 1,000 that we make for it. But just I know Nasdaq and I know that after the huge gap that it made, usually the day is rebalanced. You know? Because the oil it's a really not clear situation about Iran, and they are just compressing. You see also the buyers are not getting any follow up.
Yeah.
Like they are trying to push in the market high, but it was getting really aggressive by the sellers. We are still not out of the position. Let's see if this buyer can protect it. Consider that the profit that we made today is made considering one contract execution.
Yeah.
So you need to multiply it for the amount of margin you have available to open 3, 4, 5 contract. We are out. We are 1,000 in profit for the day. We are out now.
It's irrelevant, right? Like, well, I don't get why this guy keeps bringing up the like, it's percentage based, right? No one cares if it's 1,000, 10,000, a million, same shit.
If this breaks the high, try the squeeze.
Okay.
From here, but it needs to break the high.
You need to close again?
Yes. Yeah. Squeeze from here, getting 1,000 of profit. I think we can reach this easily if the price squeeze correctly. So now we are 1,000, another 1,000 per contract. Consider that with 5 contracts available, you will close the day at 10,000.
Yeah.
People don't consider how much profit it is, but if you can do this in these days, this kind of close we are in, you can also get a little bit more aggressive. For example, this one is $290 each contract. You can get 2 contracts and get 600 risk to make other 2,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now we are making all the trades with one contract, so we just consider one contract. We need to be with a candle out of this area for confirming the trade. Still no.
Did you ever, in the beginning, when looking at charts in this way, when price got above, just enter without the closure?
That's the reason now I'm so calm.
What would you say helped you to overcome that?
The equity line. The equity line. You see, this one is not accepting. It didn't close. Now this is the first candle that can close above. And we need to adapt. Like if the candle, for example, is closing here, it's still valid, but we need to take other $100 of risk.
Okay.
So you just need a candle that closes. At the moment, it's not closing. And every time that you reject, as I told you, the setup gets weaker and weaker. So every time I get more demanding from my setup. So for example, now I expect for a breakout of this. So I need a breakout of this level. I will take still $385 to target for.
I think what you said is right though in terms of the day that we're trading today. We've obviously that large gap. That is a large gap as well. That's 3% of a gap that got reclaimed, and then we did have some decent movement after that reclaim as well in London, right? As well as coming into New York, we had a very good move that we captured as well. So in reality, we could have this move, but we could also just chop and chop.
Yeah, probably for the way this presenting, like breaking the high of the consolidation and getting in this chop. It's a decision day, and it's Monday. Yeah. It's really common
Monday.
that it happens. Like Monday and Friday are my worst day in performance.
Yeah,
because they are not explosion day. I still make profit, but the profit factor is like way lower. But if it breaks, you see again, fake breakout, getting back. We are just not doing anything, just compressing. The only thing that I can expect is that
very common sentiment amongst traders, right? Seems like a lot of them have poor performing Fridays.
$700. If it goes in the worst case scenario, I'm still in profit for the day, small profit, but I'm profitable for the day.
Yeah.
And if you take double the risk, it's another 2,000. That this will bring the day to 3,000. Now let's consider we take this trade and we close the day at 3,000. We are using one contract. Okay. Let's see also the contract is what you can do with $100,000 account.
Yeah.
It's 3% in money. People don't understand how much it is if you can do this consistently.
Of course. Yeah.
Like the hedge fund will be craving for you. Like we will be knocking on your door. It's a good accumulation what he's doing here. This is a good pattern. Taking the low, rejecting on the big trades. This is really nice.
So when it comes to the big buys and sellers, for example, if a seller steps in right now, but no follow through, that's great for the narrative. Yes. If a buyer steps in right now with follow through, that's great for the narrative. What you don't want to see is a seller step in and it follows through, or a buyer fail.
Yes, if you are long, yes. Yeah. Opposite if you are short, like we were saying.
Of course, yeah.
See again, fake breakout.
Multiple times.
With the rules that I created, that you need to see a full body candle above the eye, you are saving all these small stops.
Yeah.
Because you are not engaging. You are simply not engaging.
Gotta wait for confirmation.
Do this game.
Makes sense, though, right? Makes sense.
At this point in the session, would you still be interested in it? Or?
it could be an amazing trades, but it means that I need to sacrifice.
Same reason we always say wait for candle
with my family, and I
closes,
need
don't
to
get
not
got.
eat because I need to manage the trades. It's really late now for me. I will take it, but I will bring it to break even as soon as possible, and this is the only set and forget trades that I will do.
And then, yeah,
Like, because it's testing of this, I go break even at the first big volume, and then if it reach the ice, or if I need to close it before the end of the day, I just don't care.
Yeah.
Just I need to be protected as soon as possible, but I need also to protect my mental health.
Yeah.
This is something that people are willing to sacrifice just to make additional $50 per day or additional. I'm not willing to do it because I'm already in a position where money is not important for me, and 1,000 euros plus per day doesn't change my life.
Yeah.
So I can decide when to engage and where not to engage. For example, now we are doing education, but this day I will say 1,000 it's enough. Tomorrow it's another day,
Yeah.
and I will wait for the explosion day.
I thought so.
Like, this is the goal of every trader. If you can make money or just close at break even in the days that your model is not working. So for example, you have a mean reverting day and you have a trending day. You close break even, a small profit, you're great.
Yeah.
Same for trend following model.
Whilst we're waiting on this, if we could go down, just out of curiosity, and I'm sure there might be some who might be thinking this or asking this.
Minutes or 1 minute?
We stay 1 minute. If we come down to that level where we rebounded off.
Yes, this one.
Like, there will be people no doubt thinking, like, why not? Why don't we try and execute there? Because that's going to give us such a larger trade, right? I know we talked about it slightly earlier, but like, what would your opinion on that be?
Because this setup here is using the opposite logic that I'm using. It's using one big run with lower rate.
Yeah.
Like, I can guarantee to you that if you watch Nasdaq session opening, 7 times out of 10, if you try to get the aggression, you will fail. 3 times out of 10, you will be right and you will take a huge risk to reward trades. But you have 7 red days and 3 green days.
And you don't know when they're presenting.
If this is okay for you, do it. Like, volume is great because it's saying that these sellers are getting absorbed. Just, I tried this model and it's not for me. Like, when you trade big size, getting 7 days streak loss that you see minus 10,000, minus 5, minus 6, it's heavy. Go to sleep with this heaviness. For me, it's not. I said before I was searching for the.
Fair enough, right? Because those kinds of trades I definitely take, right? With like good risk, like I'm assuming there's edge, right? Assuming there's edge, obviously you don't just take it for no fucking reason. But those kind of mean reversion sweeps, people get trapped at the bottom. Those are juicy fucking trades, right? And like even if you, like let's just suppose that you take that trade. Where's this trading view? And it comes down like sweeps the low of like just a larger impulse. Even if it ends up reversing, the chance of you getting out break even on this trade is extremely fucking high when you have edge entering here, right? Because your stop loss goes break even fucking immediately. So whether like balance is here, it doesn't matter, right? Doesn't fucking matter. But fair enough, right? Fair enough, each to their own. This guy definitely seems like he's more of like a breakout trader than anything.
Setup of getting the full candle positioning yourself is not valid anymore. This market condition is inverting.
Yeah.
So just going to revisit. And this should let people understand that taking out here is saving you money.
Yep.
Like, and if we kept the trade till here, we didn't only not profit this $250, but we will also lose $500. So as you can see, and we can demonstrate this, risk management.
Could have also put a break even. You didn't have to just do this or that. Could have just put the stop there.
Level.
Because keep in mind as well, that was one contract. So if it was more.
If it was more, it was 7,500. If it was 10 more. At the end of the month, it counts. Now we are completely compressing. Let's see if we accelerate a little bit to get to this final point.
If not, we can call it a day there. It's been incredible.
If not,
we've got to see everything though. We've got to see break even, we've got to see partial.
4 hours.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll just close the day because it's full consolidation rates.
Yep.
And we'll just check later how it went. If it closed the low volume node and went up.
Yeah, we'll get a screenshot of something going. For sure. Everyone at home, finally. Yeah, we come to the end. Drop a comment with your biggest
Interesting.
from this episode. Did you enjoy the live trading segment? If so, drop it in the comments. Let the people know out there that they need to be doing live.
Nothing particularly interesting.
Well. Also, a massive shout out to Fabio because it takes
really nothing that fascinating in there. Aside from like the way he used the bubbles for his stop loss from yesterday. Is there anything else? Do we make note about anything else on that video? Oh yeah, the profiles. I like the volume delta profiles of 2 and 1. I'm curious if like ExoCharts has something similar and I just don't know about it, or like maybe some other service has it. Because it is nice how it has that. And even the other guy made a comment about it as well, how he liked it as well. It's very nice visually. It's like well designed in that regard. Thing is, like on Exo, you can do like this will be the Exo screen with like the chart in the middle, and there's like a left hand column and a right hand column. And like in these two boxes, you can put whatever you want, right? There's a bunch of like features you can put. I have mine configured that way, so it's pretty similar. But like the one he does, especially the fact you can do with like the fixed range volume profile, very convenient. Big fan. It makes you want to try out deep charts that much more. Other than that, though. Yeah, I think that was mostly it. Very similar to the other guy on that channel. What's his name? What is his name? Chart Fanatics. Like in terms of the low volume node entry, there was one guy that trades exactly that way. That's the only setup he does. I think it was this guy, right?
Someone who's really taken the concept of liquidity to new. Enjoying this.
And maybe sometimes what tends to happen as well just occurred.
Type of trader you can be.
Now,
these markets are.
Once the high, this.
No, not this guy. Oh, I think it was this one, the Carmine Rosado. Yeah, for sure it was this guy.
Get into the visuals.
It's one of the first episodes, Carmine Rosado. He was talking about like fair value gaps.
Here.
How long has it been? Make it off here pretty soon. And maybe we'll power through that video. Also, a pretty cool channel I've been watching lately is like, what's it called? Odds on Open. They're pretty small, very low, small following, 6,000 subscribers. But they have some like pretty interesting people on here. Like people from Citadel, people from like Susquehanna, so on and so forth. Yeah, pretty interesting as shit. What should we do? Get rid of this. If anyone took that scalp long, shout out to you. Shout out to you. What was this on, Aster?
How you know the bounce like that? Because the fib don't lie. And what if I test that level? Then I'll buy the dip every time.
Is there a short one we can watch?
Listen, I did $50,000 in one trade. That's the power of the model. You just have to AM and I'm coming to the charts, right? Say that it's not possible, but it is because I've done it.
Wait, description below.
Handle closes. So if it's a
you know, in terms of targets, what is it that you would identify on the daily time frame
so
to target?
on the daily, I'm looking for the same exact structure here with the EMAs, just on a daily chart. So you know what I mean? So wave, they're all stacking, right? Here's the FVG printed at 230. Like I told you, 230 and 3 o'clock, those fair value gaps are extremely, extremely strong. This is the indicator I told you guys about where it's showing the bullish candles. I'll actually bring the indicator up. It's called bull trading on TradingView. Bull trading, 1 minute easy scalping. You change the first time frame to daily, time frame 230. What do I look for? I look for the trident pattern. Like I told you guys. Here we have this is the leg of the FVG, right? So 1 candle, 2, 3. FVG is printed here. We're not worried about this fair value gap. You know why? Because it's printed outside of our kill zone.
Interesting.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we're ignoring that. So this is the one that gets reacted to also. So
boom, boom.
Ops just guess we know happen. Math locked in, we stole the show. You ain't know. Ran it back, they said the stop. Feel that level. Locked it clean, then let it drop. Just one shot. I don't chase, I let it pop. That don't flop. One more candle, then I'm up. They get God. Click that level, yellow flash, snap, line. Feel that we collect the cash, ignite, shine. No emotion, just the math, calculated path. While they panic, I relax, sipping while they crash. One shot, no shade. They move loud, we move mad.
Yeah, Marcos. Lights low, charts glow. Loud in the air, my think control.
I puff that fire, then load that size. I trust the line, they trust in lies. Blow in the wick, I optimize. You feeling hope, I strategize. Charts on no need for chat, they guessing moves.
Oh my god.
I trade, I flex, I ghost, I stack smoke in my chest. Plan in my mind, numbers align. I move on time. Stop loss clean, that edge be prime. You trade emotion, I trade design. Them want vibes, I want fit. Them want pump, I want grit. Them buy high, I flip it. Now them stops get slit. Slow burning, slow earning every candle. I've been learning charts, whisper price, confirm it. Entry goes, they ain't this. I puff that fire, then load that size. I trust the line, they trust in lies. Low in a wick, I optimize. You feeling hope, I strategize. Charts on mute, no need for chat. They guessing moves, I place exact. Spread real tight, just like the rap. I trade, I flex, I ghost, I stack. Midnight screen light on my face. Price low creeping, I hold grace. They want breakout, I want base. Me and risk, we never race. Smoke curl up like liquidation. I wait my time, no imitation. They short the low, I hit rotation. Run, they stops, pure elevation. I puff that fire, then load that size. I trust the line, they trust in lies. Low in a wick, I optimize. You feeling hope, I strategize. Charts on mute, no need for chat. They guessing moves, I place exact. Spread real tight, just like the rap. I trade, I flex, I ghost, I stash. She a liar, Marcos. The fire loud, but my math louder. Shh. You got.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I am. Interesting.
Imaginary to you, but not the price. Drawn 2 weeks back, still hit twice. No confluence, no fib, no hype. Line too clean like the math got sliced. Chart slow down when it near my zone. Wig tap light, then momentum gone. They thought breakout, I thought fade. I was 10 pips deep in a palisade. No reaction, I just reload. Pit clean like a fingerprint code. Line invisible, weight still known. Yo, hold these died on a level I own. Imaginary line still print real. Price hit once and sealed the deal. You press buttons, I press steel. Chart show chaos, I just feel. Imaginary marks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft, but broke that round. They never saw, but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. Imaginary locks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft, but broke that round. They never saw, but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. But I got hit at the edge of space. Line held firm like a golden brace. You saw noise, I saw math. You chase trend, I trap path. Set that level on a wine stain napkin. Price curve back like it owed me action. Whole move dive when the wick got clipped. Math don't lie, it just flips. I don't move fast, I just set fate. Market bend, I'm a silent wait. Chart don't fake when the edge get close. And I don't speak, just post that ghost. Imaginary line still print no sound.
God damn.
618 to 786, we stack mean. Orders deep like the Villa pool. Hit that wick, now we acting cool. Stack it, 618, get the light dip. Yeah, 6-6, little more grip. 702, add weight quick. 75 hit, I'm locked in rich. 786, that's the trap door zone. Biggest order sitting on the throne. King, wick come down, feel that line. Click, Marcos flip it, trade divine. Boom. Levels on levels, no guessing it's stack. Nah. Auto on fills, then price react. Each retrace just fuel the load. I was try to chase, I'm already sold. Watch the math like I watch the time. Go Rolex when it touch that line. Price dip down, they screaming red. I'm getting entries. Overheads fed. 618, I'm light with ease. 6-6, yeah, I start to tease. 702, add more disease. By 7-5, I was begging please. 786, that's beast mode. Big size feel that candle froze. Full send hit, I'm in that seat. Marco's playing this game elite. 618, get the light dip. 6-6, little more grip. 702, add weight quick. 75 hit, I'm locked in rich. 786, that's the trap door zone. Biggest order sitting on the throne. We come down, feel that line. Marcos flip it, trade divine. I don't chase them, make them come to me. Pixel perfect, this ain't luck, it's key. Calculated, cold blooded, clean. Fibs on screen, bad bitch rolling green. D-field hit, then reverse insane. Rip through highs, can't tame this lane. You trade vibes, I trade domain. Blueprint built, I run this game. Stack like coke in a high-rise suite. Buy so low, I resell peaks. Shroomed out star roof in the race. Marco stack size while they chase. 618, get the light dip. 6-6, little more grip. 702, add weight quick. 75 hit, I'm locked in rich. 786, that's the trap door zone. Biggest order sitting on the throne. We come down, feel that line. Marcos flip it, trade divine. No emotion, just execution. Deep feels Fibonacci fusion. I'm still crying about illusion. Marcos just ran up a revolution. Mama had tears in the kitchen, now look. Mom was crying while the rent passed due. Now she count blessings with a sky view. I was down bad, no one had a clue. Now we all good, whole crew came through. They ain't see the map, just a doubt in they face. Now I'm cruising slow in a
Time is
small
it?
little
Time
Never
is
needed
it?
luck, I just needed some
11:10.
space. To build it from scratch, now we floating in grace. I was in the dark with a pixel dream. Trading in pain, trying to find
We're time for a juice box and we're out of here.
chasing green. Mama said pray, I said watch the screen. Whole fam slept while I mapped that zone. Woke them all up when I touched that throne. Golden
that
bucket and trees built us
juice.
alone. Now we eat well, got marble and chrome. She used to cry now.
About to sleep like a baby. Got fresh bed sheets and everything. But what?
Like a kite. They used to mock, now they copy the light. Marco's the name, put the game in flight. Mom was crying while the rent passed due. Now she counting blessings with a sky view. I was down bad, no one had a clue. Now we all good, whole crew came through. They ain't see the map, just a doubt in they face. Now I'm cruising slow in a starlit wraith. Never needed luck, I just needed some space. To build it from scratch, now we floating in grace. Auto-tune blessings, I let it all play. Wrote this in code, made a plan every day. Mama, don't worry, we finally okay. Math did the work, now we counting that late. Hey. From the void, no echo, no cheer. Only that screen and the weight of the fear. Mama was stressing, the rain coming near. Now she in fur with the diamonds that smear. I was alone, now the feel look divine. Hesitate once and you missed the whole line. Math hit coded, don't beg to be kind. Every zone I drew came back in the line. Late
Midnight's eyes on a candle. Stress high, bro, couldn't handle. Price running, panic, I plan. Fibonacci scale like a blade in hand. 618 like a signal from Mars. Set the order, now I'm counting the stars.
Okay, let's lower this a bit. Well, nothing to really say though, right? In terms of a juice box, ain't nothing to really say. Where is this tab? Close all this. I mean, yeah, nothing to really say, right? From yesterday, nothing has changed. But if anything, kind of the same scalp idea as yesterday, right? I mean, yesterday we kind of ended up tapping this point of control. But if anything, I just kind of like to come clean this high, potentially. Both of them. 2 poor highs currently. And if we flip it, same kind of setup we talked about yesterday. And same with these lows, right? So that basically summarizes that. Other than that, literally nothing has changed. So no point in really doing a juice box. We'll do this, right? How about this? Boom. Where is this thing? Ding. Potential longs. Same as previous juice boxes. And we'll just copy paste that for the shorts, right? Boom. Boom. Problem solved. Problem solved, right? Juice box complete. But basically just play this value area, right? And then the higher time frame stuff we've already discussed multiple times, so gonna call it a night. Take it easy. Hopefully we get some more volatility tomorrow when futures resume. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow when futures resume. Maybe right when they resume, probably when the weekly candles close and start printing. Either way, we'll do a quick chat shutout and get going. Shout out to Lyle, shout out to Bebo. What else we got in here? I think that was it, right? Aside from those fucking scam bots spamming. Just give it a quick scroll. Maybe we missed somebody. If I did, my bad, because there's a lot of yapping in the chat today. Doesn't seem like it though. I don't think so. I don't recall. That should be it. That should be it. Yeah, so shout out to Bebo. Shout out to Lyle. I'll be back tomorrow. Kind of for now, we'll kind of just leave the trades as are, have them hedged. If we start going up, amazing. If we start going down, we'll kind of see what we want to do with the shorts, right? Do we want to act TP on them, or just kind of leave the things hedged as is? But until we start moving and look at the data, no operation to be done, right? No decision needed / required, etc. However you want to phrase it. Can't even speak because I'm brain dead. Yeah, I'm out of here. Later. Later. Late.